Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: President Trump has been heading the historic transition of dismantling the Satan-worshipping deep state cabal and restoring sovereignty to nations of the world. It was happening right now through mass arrests and military tribunals on over 500,000 pedophile global elites, executive orders, sovereignty through republics functioning under constitutional common law, and the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, of 209 nations in a global financial reset. The legal architecture and military strategy for the cleanup are active now, marking the final phase long awaited by those who trust the plan. The plan was to dismantle the fake Jew-Khazarian mafia Israel, which owned BlackRock, Vanguard, and had control over the whole of the U.S. government. It appeared that along with their cabal cohorts, the Khazarians, who were direct descendants of Cain and practiced child sacrifice to honor their god Satan, had purposefully created hurricanes, fires and chaos for the purpose of taking over humanity. Years ago, while the cabal created mega hurricane Milton was on its way to devastate Florida and the man-made hurricane Kirk was headed straight to London and the UK, the White Hat Global Alliance was targeting the Biden/Harris administration's FEMA for their human trafficking, theft of disaster funds and supplies, and gunning down Hurricane Helene, Maui, Texas, California, and Katrina disaster victims. In North Carolina, the White Hat Global Military Alliance has declared war against the FBI and FEMA. There was proof that the U.S. Government Contract Agency for Disaster Relief, FEMA, ordered their agents to gun down Hurricane Helene victims, the same Holocaust that FEMA agents performed in the 2023 man-made Maui Dew fires. Another seriously complicated matter connected to the cover-up of the August 8, 2023 burning down of the native Hawaiian capital of Lahaina, Maui, that left over 5,000 residents homeless. Now, over 3 years later, 4,500 victims remain displaced since this disaster. Only 169 homes have been rebuilt from the Lahaina fires that displaced families and destroyed 2,207 homes. That left 2,038 homes not built yet, while 310 were going through the permit process, leaving 1,728 homes unaccounted for. An Attorney General bribery letter has reopened the Public Utilities Commission, PUC, Lahaina fire cover-up. Evidently immediately after the August 8 to 9, 2023, Lahaina and Kula fires, officials in Maui Mayor Richard Bisson's Office of Economic Development were busy embezzling money for themselves, friends, and family. It not only involved stealing of money after the fires, but victims only getting 28% of money intended for their recovery in a settlement, shysters grabbing 25%, feds getting 37% and the rest going to who knows where. Lawsuit: Bison insiders stole $45,000 from county days after Lahaina fire. Greater than Hawaii Free Press. On Sunday 6 August, 2 days before the Dew attacks, 2,500 FEMA personnel began arriving in Honolulu. All then flew to Maui and booked themselves into $1,000 plus a night luxury hotels. 2 days later, as Lahaina burned, most all were 100 miles away, back in Honolulu, suggesting that the diabolical agency knew that parts of Maui would be set ablaze. In that same 2 days prior to the fires, Herman Andaya, Maui's top emergency management official, and Eric Leckie, FEMA Mission Support Associate Administrator, met in Lahaina, according to videos in possession of the White Hat Military Alliance. The footage also showed Andaya giving Leckie a tour of Lahaina and advising him where to set up barricades to keep citizens trapped in what would become a disaster zone. By the time the Wednesday 8 August, Dew attacks were burning Lahaina without the benefit of access to water, it was deliberately turned off, and without use of Maui's extensive 80 siren alarm system going off, that Andaya was in charge of. Andaya and Leckie were celebrating 100 miles away in Honolulu at the expensive Blue Ocean Seafood and Steakhouse. On Wednesday 16 August, a week or so after the Maui disaster, the Global Military Alliance finally sent in U.S. Marines. Word had come that Maui police and a National Guard infested with CIA agents were supporting FEMA workers' blockages, both by land and by sea, of food, water and needed supplies from reaching Lahaina. Refusing to hand out food and water to desperate survivors, had closed down a desperately needed food station. 2 days before the fires began, the three had secured a media blackout in a 12-mile range surrounding Lahaina with no cell phone or internet coverage, plus the Maui police were refusing to account for what the Marines found were bloated, bullet-riddled bodies that floated face down in the ocean, and Hawaii National Guardsmen rummaging through pockets of dead islanders and tourists. FEMA and the Red Cross were not only refusing to give out food and needed essentials, but were forbidding citizens access to nearby food, water and shelter. On Front Street in Lahaina, a uniformed police officer shot a pedestrian in the back for unknown reasons. The cop then spotted a bystander filming the incident on a cell phone, and shot him, too. He was the fifth deep state cop who Marines killed since arriving in Maui late Wednesday afternoon. 22nd of August, the U.S. Marines under General Smith's command had arrested Ndaya on treason charges, days after he resigned amid public criticism for not sounding the alarm. Ndaya was apprehended at Dillinger Airfield on the northwest tip of Oahu while awaiting arrival of a Cessna 310 to ferry him to Kauai for unknown reasons. Lecky was apprehended that same Tuesday night outside the Grand Wailea Astoria Hotel, where he and 67 subordinates were enjoying a taxpayer negation-funded vacation in those $1,000+ night hotel suites and boozing it up at expensive bars far from the charred remnants of Lahaina. Marines arrest 67 Maui perpetrators. As word spread that Lecky was arrested, many quickly disguised themselves as beach-going tourists and tried to flee the hotel. Though, the Marines were able to identify and catch 65 federal goons. FEMA had 2,500 employees in Maui. Some were killed in action as enemy combatants, a bunch escaped on airplanes back to the continental U.S., while others were still being hunted in Hawaii. That was another battle yet to come. Armed forces loyal to the criminal Biden regime had arrived in Maui to support FEMA and fight the Marines. Why? For years Gates, Winfrey, Zuckerberg, the UN, Bilderbergers and hundreds of world billionaires including those involved in the cabals BlackRock and Vanguard, have tried to buy huge portions of Lahaina, but were denied by Lahaina citizens who remained true to their land and heritage. The lawsuit was filed in the San Diego Superior Court by El Cajon Mayor Bill Wells with support from the America First Policy Institute. Democrats are the worst enemy America has. Every time you think they can't get any worse, they do. My question is, why are they even still allowed to be a political party? Every single aspect about Democrats is anti-American and representing illegal invaders over American citizens. Abolish the Democrat Party. Final phase alert on Telegram. What we think we know as of Wednesday, June 3, 2026, Tuesday, June 2, 2026. Declassified, the JFC and NUMEC scandal. In the 1960s, over 600 pounds of weapons-grade uranium vanished from the NUMEC plant in Pennsylvania. CIA suspected a covert Mossad operation funneling American material to Israel's secret Dimona nuclear program. JFK found out, confronted Israel, and demanded inspections. Shortly after, he was assassinated. Under LBJ, the pressure vanished and the story was buried. Did stolen U.S. uranium build a secret arsenal, and was JFK silenced to protect it? Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Tuesday, June 2, 2026. Roger Stone just said there's enough evidence today to send Joe Biden to prison tomorrow. Tens of millions of dollars of bribes. From Ukraine, bribes from Russia, bribes from Romania, bribes from China. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Tuesday, June 2, 2026. What if the uranium Hillary Clinton sold to Russia, while she was Secretary of State, somehow ended up in Iran's nuclear stockpile? Right after Obama shipped them planeloads of cash. The enriched uranium Iran just surrendered to Trump. If forensic tests match it to the uranium-1 batch, game over. Hillary. Obama. Jail. Treason. History books. No more hiding behind controversy-free fairy tales. Dark to light now on Telegram. Tuesday, June 2, 2026. Cops swarm a man's yard for protesting data centers. This is America Now. Video shows Dixon, Illinois police confronting Harley Dellender in his own yard over Facebook posts organizing against massive data centers. They hit him with felony intimidation, stalking, and cyberstalking charges for speaking out and posting a public official's address. Data centers suck billions of gallons of water and spike electricity bills for everyone while big tech gets richer. Locals are fighting back. And now they're sending cops. This isn't about threats. It's about silencing opposition. If protesting corporate overreach in your backyard gets you felony charges, what's left of the First Amendment? Would you get arrested for posting about something destroying your town's water and power? Why protect data centers over American families? Gitmo TV on Telegram. It's genetically engineered to stay full length, making it longer lasting, harder to break down, and more toxic. This partly explains the collapse of common sense, deterioration of cognitive function, and personality distortions seen since 2021, Edward Snowden on Telegram. Tuesday, June 2, 2026. Ray Epps was the only person on January 6 who openly, on multiple occasions, directed people to overthrow the United States government by urging them to storm the Capitol, captured on video, no less, before it even happened. Yet neither the FBI, the DOJ, the January 6 committee, nor the media, which, as good soldiers, waited patiently to serve as his megaphone, questioned it, with the exception of one writer. Just one, in fact. They served as his personal defense attorney, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Tuesday, June 2, 2026, breaking special report, the billionaire behind the Senate, how Larry Ellison funds the war on Trump, unmasking the deep state, Ellison, Blair, and the Senate. Tuesday, June 2, 2026. November 3, 2020, the single largest ballot fraud operation in United States history, the final red pill on Telegram. Georgia, plus 96,000 mail-in ballots cast, but no record of ever being returned. Pennsylvania, plus 766,000 mail-in ballots cast, just appears out of nowhere. Arizona, plus 733,000 mail-in ballots cast, vanished into thin air, uncounted for. Michigan, plus 100,000 mail-in ballots applications falsified at Jocelyn Benson's own election headquarters. Wisconsin, plus 64,000 mail-in ballots xeroxed by Wisconsin Election Commission Executive Director in the back conference room of Milwaukee City Hall Room 501. This is, election month November 3, 2020: 16,000 hours of seditious conspiracy captured on surveillance video. Detroit, Michigan, Heilman Voting Center. 3 hours and 15 minutes after the polls closed in Michigan, Dana Nessel and Jocelyn Benson loading thousands of Bidens into a minivan with Indiana plates, with Governor Gretchen Whitbag driving. Total votes in 2020, 155,508,985. Total votes in 2024, 140,306,875, where the did 15,202,110 voters go. Tuesday, June 2, 2026. Boom. Military intel drop. Military tribunals are active. Here's the legal architecture behind the cleanup, military tribunals and the global financial reset. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Military tribunals, executive orders, national sovereignty, the global financial reset, and the quantum financial system, QFS, drive intense global discussions. Supporters see these as the core of a historic transition, dismantling the deep state and restoring sovereignty. The legal architecture and military strategy for the cleanup are active now, marking the final phase long awaited by those who trust the plan. Behind the scenes, a controlled demolition of the old guard unfolds. Infiltrated civilian courts, central banks, and corrupt structures are replaced by the military alliance operating under an immutable blueprint of international law and the law of war manual. This operation restores national sovereignty and ushers in accountability and prosperity. Military tribunals now supersede compromised civilian courts. Deep state saboteurs have incapacitated judicial systems, prompting the armed forces to assume supreme authority under law of war manual provisions for unconventional warfare. Tribunals deliver justice for high treason and crimes against humanity without interference from corrupted institutions. Executive Orders 13,818 and 13,848 form the legal bridge. EO 13,818 enables asset confiscation and sanctions for severe human rights abuses and corruption. EO 13,848 addresses foreign election interference. Paired with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, these give the alliance power to act worldwide, maintaining secrecy to prevent panic while covering all actions in military law. The greatest financial reset accelerates in parallel. The Federal Reserve and IRS phase out as the old fiat system yields to a transparent gold-backed model. The US dollar moves to the encrypted quantum financial system using stablecoins resistant to cartel manipulation. This ends elite financial control and safeguards individual and national wealth. In this danger zone, proactive asset protection is vital. Physical gold and silver acquisition serves as the key strategy for preservation during the old system's demolition. Due diligence is required. The destination remains the golden age free from cabal shadows. Military intelligence confirms progress, countering gridlock claims. Preparation through education and metals positions the ready to thrive in the emerging era of sovereignty, law, and prosperity. iTunes. June 2, 2026, an executive order was signed 11 days ago that declassifies over 6,000 suppressed medical patents. Not one mainstream outlet has reported it. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Executive Order 14263. Signed May 2026. Title: Restoring Medical Innovation Through Patent Transparency. It was not announced at a press conference. It was not on the evening news. It was uploaded to the Federal Register at 11:47 p.m. on a Friday night. The order directs the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to release all patents currently held under secrecy orders related to human health, bioelectric medicine, and frequency-based therapeutic devices. There are 6,321 of them. Since 1951, the Invention Secrecy Act has allowed the U.S. government to classify any patent that is deemed a threat to national security. The inventor is issued a secrecy order. They cannot manufacture the device. They cannot publish the research. They cannot tell anyone it exists. If they violate the order, they face 2 years in federal prison.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President Trump has deployed U.S. military and 300,000 global military alliance troops for mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Expect worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts, and 10 days of communication darkness. Be prepared. Nasara Jasara Freedom from Debt laws activated. U.S. Supreme Court has ruled income tax illegal, to be replaced with 14% sales tax. Judy note, the Supreme Court has abolished income tax. The recently exposed SCOTUS case number 24-1791, decided on July 2, 2025, confirmed that 4 of the 36 states that allegedly ratified the tax amendment submitted documents with material alterations to the text. Under Article 5 of the Constitution, the ratification became void. That meant that the IRS has been collecting taxes under an amendment that has not legally existed for 113 years. The SCOTUS ruled replacement revenue system called for a 14% flat consumption tax, exempting food, medicine, housing, and education. Why isn't this being reported in the mainstream media? Perhaps for the same reason other crimes of the cabal in their 1913 takeover of our global financial system never hit the news. And the biggest of all crime of the deep state cabal was on the horizon. The deep state cabal World Economic Forum's Klaus Schwab recently proudly admitted the world will no longer be run by superpowers like America. It will be run by the World Economic Forum and its stakeholders, BlackRock, Bill Gates, and the rest of the global elite. The U.S. has functioned on a fiat dollar since at least 2008, and the financial system was going off a cliff, which was exactly what the privately owned by the deep state cabal IRS and Federal Reserve wanted. They were attempting to create a central bank digital currency such would give the federal government absolute control over your money. Just one of their many crimes. Back on August 8, 2023 at 6:37 a.m., the deep state cabal was believed to have partnered with the Chinese Communist Party and used NORAD 555836 direct energy weapon lasers to burn the traditional Kingdom of Hawaii capital of Lahaina, Maui to the ground. The resulting fires were the most devastating mass casualty events in the Hawaii state history. Now 3 years later, thousands remain homeless. A year later, in 2024, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene in North Carolina confirmed FEMA crimes. Agents for the Federal Disaster Relief Agency, FEMA, did not arrive for a week after the hurricane hit, and then not only neglected to start saving stranded victims, but confiscated donations, refused delivery of critical supplies, arrested or threatened to arrest people wanting to help and who were making rescues on their own. The scene was reminiscent of 2023 Maui and 2018 Paradise, California direct energy weapon fires. The above were only a few of the crimes committed by the privately owned U.S. Inc. Corporation. Trump and his global military alliance was now doing something about it. As Commander-in-Chief of the Worldwide Military Alliance, President Trump has announced activation of Nasara Jasara, plus also activated his wartime powers to deploy the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Tier 4B ISO 20. Expect worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts, and 10 days of communication darkness. Be prepared. Friday, October 4th, 2024. We have a link to an article, Byington Bombshell Report. FEMA refusing to save victims, accept critical supplies and confiscating donations for Hurricane Helene victims. Before its news. In the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, there was something very strange and actually scary going on in North Carolina. Agents for the Federal Disaster Relief Agency, FEMA, did not arrive for a week after the hurricane hit, and then not only neglected to start saving stranded victims, but confiscated donations, refused delivery of critical supplies, arrested or threatened to arrest people wanting to help and who were making rescues on their own. As of this writing, government authorities were still grounding military helicopters and would not give them an okay to fly. The mainstream media was not reporting any of this. Even though thousands have gone without food and water for over a week, hundreds of deteriorating bodies were seen floating in rivers and caught in trees. Whole towns had been wiped out. Worse, authorities were threatening volunteers with arrest if they tried to help or rescue their neighbors. This scene was reminiscent of 2023 Maui and 2018 Paradise, California, even in vehicles trying to escape. In all three disasters, FEMA was not there to supply aid, give help and comfort to the victims, but appeared to have a sole mission to take advantage of victims. 4,000 plus people originally dislocated, with 3,100 still displaced over a year later. The mainstream media has not reported on that either. The only difference between the 2023 Maui DEW fires and last week's North Carolina Helene hurricane disaster was that FEMA arrived in Maui a few days before the fires started. How'd they know that? While FEMA arrived in North Carolina a whole week after Hurricane Helene landed. Little suspicious. Either way, for what was supposed to be a federal disaster relief agency, don't you think? I live in Fairview, North Carolina, looking for their parents off Old Fort Road. A whole community collapsed, called Craigtown. Up there, mudslide. Jane Jack on Telegram, Friday, October 4th, 2024. Just like in Maui, FEMA did move at some point for the disaster areas, although apparently not to supply aid, help, and comfort to the victims, but with a seemingly sole mission to take advantage of victims, clean up their bodies, and take possession of their land. At least that's what a North Carolina woman overheard 4 FEMA directors say. As in Maui, and by their own admission, FEMA had no intention to help victims of Helene. Their sole mission was to do body recovery. A woman said who overheard 4 FEMA directors talking at the airport. They had just flown in on a private plane. According to FEMA, all supplies and help would have to come from volunteers, who they intended to threaten with arrest if they tried to rescue and help victims. There was only one way in and one way out of the affected North Carolina area, and it was blocked by FEMA personnel. In multiple places of devastated North Carolina, volunteer truckers hauling in supplies were getting their tires slashed. FEMA workers were telling volunteers not to help victims, not even to help neighbors, and threatening to arrest those wanting to aid with their own supplies and transportation. As happened in Maui, 7 days after Helene hit, first responders and service members were still waiting in hotels without deployment orders, while thousands were without food and water. As with the Maui and California fires, the mainstream media was lying about government rescue and aid efforts in North Carolina. It just wasn't happening. And there's a link to Appalachia SOS warning. U.S. military ritually sacrificing Americans in North Carolina mountains before its news. And just a quick side note, in the Appalachian Mountains around that area, and around Asheville, there's a lot of Satanism, and there's a lot of caves and tunnels and places to hide and do rituals. I'm just starting to wonder if maybe they're hiding that Maybe they were flooding out some of that evidence. I don't know. On Friday, October 4th, Federal Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg shut down aid flights into western North Carolina. The FAA won't allow anyone not approved by the state to fly in aid, and pilots complained that they were being very uncooperative when they applied to do so. At least 6 licensed pilots from Virginia loaded with supplies have been turned down permission to fly in the aid. Even Asheville police, probably in on it, were threatening victims with arrest for trying to save their own belongings, which at this moment were likely being stolen by FEMA personnel. After all, that's what FEMA personnel are trained to do, as they did in Maui, Paradise during Hurricane Katrina and other disasters where they have been called in to help. The Biden-Harris administration reportedly arrested a man for flying a helicopter loaded with supplies for the victims of Hurricane Helene. Elon Musk said that SpaceX engineers were trying to deliver Starlink terminals and supplies to devastated areas in North Carolina right now, and FEMA was not only failing to help, but wouldn't let others help. On Friday, October 4th, Glenn Beck went to North Carolina, talked to a lone FEMA crew there, and confirmed the same. On orders from above, they were doing absolutely nothing to help victims. This is unconscionable. They just took this video a few hours ago where you can see the level of devastation. Roads, houses, electricity, water supply, and ground internet connections completely destroyed. FEMA would not let them land to deliver critical supplies. Uninhabited of Asheville, North Carolina, determined that Helene was man-made. HAARP caused Helene. I have no doubt that that was HAARP. If you look at images from above over that hurricane when it was happening over that area, it's like they were dumping or pouring buckets of water on top of the mountain, and it was just staying there. HAARP caused Helene to keep its eyeball hundreds of miles inland, caused the river to increase its depth by 30 feet, which caused all the flooding. She claimed it was a land grab for the lithium and quartz mining for the computer chips. It could be that too. It could be a multiple of things. Like I said, Asheville has a history. The Vanderbilt is there. There's tunnels all underneath that city. And I've read articles about the Satanism that has taken place in that area for many, many years. People getting abducted, taken to caves. They have hidden spots, hidden caves everywhere. On August 8, 2023, at 6:37 a.m., the Deep State Cabal was believed to have partnered with the Chinese Communist Party and used NORAD 555836, direct energy weapon lasers, to burn the traditional Kingdom of Hawaii capital of Lahaina, Maui to the ground. The resulting fires were the most devastating mass casualty events in the Hawaii state history. The Cabal's plan was to replace Lahaina with their own smart city, where they had complete control over the population. You see, native Hawaiians were planning on breaking away from the United States, becoming their own sovereign Kingdom of Hawaii nation again, and no longer have to pay taxes to the Cabal. The inhabitant of Asheville, North Carolina, claimed that, like Maui, the crazy community governmental seat agreed to have Asheville be slated for a smart city, and she noted that Asheville residents don't want that. They want to live simply and enjoy nature. The trees downed in the Biltmore forests are a travesty. And just another side note, in Asheville, near the railroad trains, not too far from the Vanderbilt, I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be one of those double-decker FEMA prison trains cars. It was just a car. It was in the, kind of sitting in the train yard, not being used, but waiting to be used probably. And I mean, kids would go in there at Halloween and have haunted tours, and they would do all kinds of stuff like that. But it was well known that that was there. It had shackles inside of it. In North Carolina, the goal appeared to be to take over 3 mines and the richest supply of lithium in the world for batteries and the purest quartz in the world for the $530 billion microchip industry. As in Maui and Paradise, California, After the fires, people in Asheville, North Carolina were getting nonstop offers to sell their discounted, now worthless property for cash. Interestingly enough, the cabal's BlackRock just signed a $90 million contract for lithium mined in the very same North Carolina area that was hit by Hurricane Helene. The very same area that was immediately cordoned off after the disaster made inaccessible to people. The very same area that contained 3 mines full of the richest supply of lithium in the world for batteries and the purest quartz in the world for the $530 billion microchip industry. It's hard to stomach that even after Katrina, Paradise, and Maui, the cabal got away with it again. Last September, FEMA Director Dean Criswell was arrested by U.S. Marines. White hats were holding her accountable for crimes FEMA personnel committed against innocent civilians, and for the Maui fires and massacres of 2023, who perished fighting FEMA brigades. And there's the link to that article, captured FEMA Director Dean Criswell, Real Raw News. In Maui, every day since the 2023 devastating fires, the Kingdom of Akua Foundation Native Hawaiian volunteers have provided 3 meals a day to the victims from private donations and out of their own pockets. Long ago, FEMA, of course, had cut back their funding for Maui victims, just as they promised, little or none for Helene victims, and none hereafter for any American victim of disaster. Privately owned Biden-Harris U.S. Inc. administration was officially broke. It has spent all our taxpayer monies while money laundering a good percentage back to themselves on their Nazi cabal-friendly countries like Israel and Ukraine, and on illegal immigrants so they could steal the 2024 election and keep themselves in power. And I believe John Solomon has an article, or he's working on a story about Biden laundering money through Ukraine directly back for funding his 2024 campaign. So look for that. Like one North Carolina woman said, FEMA and the government, new bombshell allegations from FEMA whistleblowers have confirmed why the federal government's response to Hurricane Helene has been so horrendous. They said hundreds, if not thousands, of service members were deployed to North Carolina by the Department of Defense and have been sitting idle, waiting for FEMA to give them the go-ahead. All the while, Americans in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia were missing and dying. The FEMA whistleblowers also said that the FEMA department has wasted and misappropriated funds in the wake of Helene, which was exasperated by the emergency. FEMA funds that were supposed to be used for Americans surviving emergencies were instead used by NGOs to buy airline tickets for migrants. Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now are supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Monday, June 1st, the Supreme Court sealed a ruling that abolishes income tax. Case number 24-1791, decided July 2nd, 2025. The court found that 4 of the 36 states that allegedly ratified the amendment submitted documents with material alterations to the text. Under Article 5 of the Constitution, the ratification is void. The IRS has been collecting taxes under an amendment that does not legally exist for 113 years. The transition plan outlined in pages 71 through 89 of the ruling describes a replacement revenue system, flat consumption tax exempting food, medicine, housing, and education. The average family's tax burden drops from 37% to 14%. The court gave the executive branch 180 days to prepare. That clock started 97 days ago. 83 days remain to Sunday, August 23rd, 2026. Monday, June 1st, Fox News. There's now a 9 p.m. curfew in Newark, New Jersey as a result of Antifa left-wing anarchy and violence at ICE, Newark, New Jersey. Police fired back with tear gas. 2 hours of battle, dozens of canisters of tear gas. Riot police using ballistic shields. By the end of the night, some protesters setting fires. This was day 10. The curfew goes into effect 9 p.m. tonight, Monday, June 1st, 2026. And the last I heard, they were making lots of arrests. And they were given these really expensive kits by the George Soros-funded organization that's behind this. I mean, they had tents with food. It was all professionally done. It looked catered. These protests are not natural or organic. They are funded. And I think the jig is up. Monday, June 1st. Breaking special report. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declares war on Pentagon waste. $5.1 billion in contracts terminated as DOJ uncovers massive spending abuse. Boom, military intel drop. Military tribunals are active. Here's the legal architecture behind the cleanup. Military tribunals and the global financial reset. Video. What we think we know as of Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. Monday, June 1st, 2026, USPS truckload filled with hundreds of thousands of completed ballots shipped from Bethpage, New York to Lancaster, PA to steal the 2020 election. Our own postal system is corrupt and complicit in election fraud. When does it end and when does accountability begin? The Schiff on Telegram. Monday, June 1st, mind control data centers. We the People News, Patriot Highlights. Bozy, Gene Decode, JMC, Jaco, and Nino. Monday, June 1st, 51 damning emails were obtained by John Solomon through the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, sent by CIA Director Mike Morrell to 51 intelligence officials asking for assistance in toppling the United States government. In a stunning exchange, CIA Director Mike Morrell turns to former CIA Director John Brennan and asks whether he would join in toppling the United States government during the November 3rd, 2020 election. Brennan not only agrees, but also expresses his gratitude. Final phase alert on Telegram. Monday, June 1st, throws the Democrats into rage mode after confirming that 22 fountains, 48 monuments, and statues are being 100% restored in D.C. Yes, I've shown you some pictures of those. D.C. is getting to look like what Europe used to look like, you know, the beautiful fountains and everything. President Trump and Burgum are crushing it. Columbus Circle is one of the 22 fountains that are being restored. Over 48 monuments and statues being restored, regilded. All the parks, Triangle Circle parks around the city, belong to the National Park Service. This city is going to look better than it ever has as we head into the celebration of the USA and the freedom to...
Good morning. It's Tuesday. It's the 2nd of June 2026. And as I told you before, what they found in Iran, the nuclear enrichment. Isn't it interesting that the batch numbers on this nuclear enriched product that they found in Iran ties up with an uranium enrichment that was supposed to be sent to Russia under Obama, that was handled by Hillary Clinton, and it was diverted to Iran without anybody knowing. And the batch numbers tie up. Now, in my book, and I might be wrong, that's treason. But the one thing I've said all the way along on this journey is, as the light exposes the darkness. The darkness has always been there. But isn't it interesting that as Trump is removing the nuclear enrichment, I'll call it stuff, from Iran, the batch numbers on everything tallies up with what should have gone to Russia. But it's interesting that when it got diverted to Iran, a plane load of cash arrived in Russia instead. Is it a coincidence? The facts don't lie. The world is waking up. We're seeing through what happened And what really happened is treason. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, questions are being asked, pointing to Tony Blair and Larry Ellison and the growing interest around Reform UK. Charlie, why are they sniffing around Reform?
Well, both Tony Blair and Larry Ellison are warmongers. They depend on war. They make fortunes out of war. They don't make a penny out of peace. And I mentioned this the other day, and it was very interesting because when I mentioned it, I had a number of members of Parliament from the UK contact me. Because Tony Blair is trying to wheedle his way into reform so that he can have some power. Because what he wants to do is continue the war. He's one of the warmongers. So is Larry Ellison. But this is all being exposed. So be very careful in the UK when you're looking at who's doing what. Keep an eye out. Because the one thing the darkness doesn't like is the light shining in their dark places. So this is important information if you're in the UK. Keep an eye on Tony Blair. He's a slippery, slimy little son of a... My next story is very interesting regarding the law of war. The law of war has a manual as to what the law of war actually is. And it's important that people understand it, because what's happening in Cuba is under the law of war. Donald Trump is in control of what's happening in Cuba because of the law of war. The same with Venezuela. And then when you start digging deeper and you get a better understanding, Australia, Canada, the UK, Europe, they're all under the control of Donald Trump because of the law of war manual. Do your research. You'll find out what is really going on. So when I keep telling you it's pantomime for a reason. The idea of this pantomime is to wake up the world and to show the world how corrupt and evil these people really are. Whether you're based in the UK, whether you're based in Australia, whether you're based in Europe, whether you're based in Canada. The law of war manual allows this to happen. And it's important that it happens so that you can see it firsthand. Keep your eyes open, do your own research, then you'll find out what's really going on. Drew.
Next up, the Biden administration hired thousands of additional IRS agents and totally missed the Somali fraud. Doge identified it in a matter of days. How did thousands of IRS agents miss this?
Well, it's not even just thousands, it's tens of thousands. I mean, the number is ridiculous, the amount of IRS the agents that Biden put in place to detect Somalian fraud. Not one of them spotted anything. And yet Doge found it within no time at all. This shows that they were put in place to cover it up, not to expose it. And this is all part of the exposure. My final story for the day is just one of a bit of fun, because it's just to make you smile. Most people heard of the movie E.T. We know about extraterrestrials in theory. The reality is they do exist. There are aliens out there. There are aliens here living amongst us. The scary part is the extraterrestrials are more intelligent than humanity. Mind you, if you look at some of humanity, it's hardly surprising. There's some thick ones out there. But the reality is the extraterrestrials are highly intelligent. Don't underestimate them. We're going to find out a lot more about them over the coming days, weeks and months. That was the news on Tuesday, June the 2nd, 2026. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
Election fraud. Monday, June 1st, Wisconsin, Florida. President Trump was ahead by 109,000 votes in the Wisconsin 2020 election, when all of a sudden Biden received an instant 120,000 plus vote dump on live TV, which was so obvious of fraud that the news anchors laughed and didn't even know what to say. Then, in the Florida 2020 election, Trump magically drops 12,650 votes and Biden gains 17,842 votes in an instant on live TV. The 2020 election was stolen right in front of your face. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Monday, June 1st, 2026, Arizona. 420,987 failed mail-in ballot envelope signatures out of 1.9 million mail-in ballots in the Arizona 2020 election. Total of 10 to 20 million illegal votes are estimated to have been cast in the U.S. 2020 presidential election. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Military mobilized worldwide for takedown of globalist power structure in the greatest sting operation the world has ever known. Worldwide lockdowns, blackouts, mass arrests. Prepare. Trust the plan. Judy note. God-given rights and constitutional sovereignty cannot be negotiated. The new world of Q was activating. A world of light over darkness, truth over lies, freedom over tyranny. President Trump has mobilized the military of different countries worldwide for a takedown of the Satan-worshipping deep state globalist power structure in the greatest sting operation the world has ever known. Prepare for very soon worldwide activation of the emergency broadcast system. Rolling global blackouts and lockdowns. Normal communication has been set to cease for around 10 days while Trump's global military alliance finishes their mass arrests and overturning fraudulent elections worldwide. After the 10 days of darkness, we have been promised to wake up to a whole new world. Trust the plan. Nothing can stop what's coming. Where we go one, we go all. It's been a long time in coming, but right now former U.S. President Barack Obama was seeking political asylum in Canada a couple of days ago while former U.S. President Joe Biden was either deceased or non-functioning. His wife, Jill Biden, was arrested by JAG. Saturday, May 30th, 2026. Obama seeks political asylum in Canada. JAG arrests Jill Biden. It was estimated that over 80% of Congress were under indictments of various state grand juries, which convicted them of fraud, treason, child trafficking, and/or crimes against humanity. The investigations have been ongoing since Trump first took office in 2016. 13 years ago in 2013, the same corruption and crimes against humanity by not only Obama and Biden's U.S. Inc., but by the Vatican and royal family, was first brought to light by Kevin Annett and the International Common Law Court of Justice in Brussels. AU. The below was an article I wrote about it 8 years ago, the facts of which have still to make the mainstream. Global currency reset. Friday, May 29th marks C. Those who own Chinese railroad bonds might receive their funds this weekend. This was a necessary step before the RV was released, as stated in the Gold Treaty. There were over 217 signatures on the Gold Treaty. On Monday, June 1st, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Nasara Jasara activates, fully restoring the original republic. All personal debt forgiven. On Wednesday, June 3rd, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. On Friday, June 5th, massive Jasara wealth redistribution launches via QFS. ZIM bond holders and Tier 4B patriots receive historic abundance credits. Sunday, May 31st, 2026. Confirmed Intel Tier 4B is now in motion. IQD V&D ZIM no longer theory, now operational. Tier 1, sovereigns and central banks. Tier 2, multinationals and trusts. Tier 3, pre-negotiated institutional capital. Tier 4B, private holders, activated. By appointment only, verified, documented, NDA bound. U.S. banking channels are live, private exchange centers are active. Security, identity, proof of funds, mandatory. Public screens show nothing by design. Internal systems show everything. Iraq is fully sovereign. Sanctions lifted. Digital infrastructure live. Assets recovered. Revaluation. Leverage engaged. Vietnam and Zimbabwe follow with resource-backed structures phased integration through 2025 to 2026. No walk-ins, no leaks, no spectacle. The reset did not arrive loudly. It arrived correctly. Tier 4B is live. The silence is intentional. The system is moving. What we think we know as of Monday, June 1st, 2026. Saturday, May 30th, 2026, the banks are done. Their role is finished. Control ending time expired. Old liquidity is being withdrawn. New rails are being activated. Protocols are moving from standby to live. This is the moment preparation turns into execution. ISO 20022 is the language. Tier 4B is the doorway. Timing is everything and the timing is now. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, May 30th, caught with stashing over $40 million in gold bars in his home, along with over $2 million in cash, saying it was for an operation, when he was really stealing it for himself. Sunday, May 31st, Fox News. President Trump promised that there will be no taxpayer funds going towards health care for illegal invaders and money going directly to the American people instead of healthcare giants. Sunday, May 31st, 2026, whistleblowers are singing. The rats are scattering. Multiple whistleblowers are now confirming Ilhan Omar's campaign funneled huge sums straight to her husband's firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis operations in U.S. history, hundreds of millions stolen. She knew, she benefited, she covered for them. This wasn't community outreach. This was straight-up corruption on steroids. Officials at the Atomic Energy Commission discovered that hundreds of pounds of highly enriched weapons-grade uranium had disappeared. Israeli operatives visiting the facility were found connected to Mossad, Zionist political organizations, and an undeclared nuclear weapons program operating outside international oversight. John F. Kennedy found out and confronted Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion. He pushed for inspections, demanded answers, and warned that the United States would not tolerate nuclear proliferation. Kennedy became the biggest obstacle standing in the way of Israel's nuclear program. Then JFK was assassinated. The pressure disappeared almost overnight. Lyndon B. Johnson softened the administration's stance toward Israel. Demands for accountability faded. The confrontation ended by the late 1960s. U.S. intelligence reportedly understood that Israel had effectively become a nuclear power. Yet no sanctions followed, no public admissions were made, and the entire issue slowly vanished from mainstream discussion. Saturday, May 30th, deep state traders now caged in ISIS detention alley. Gitmo now on Telegram. Gitmo's holding pattern has begun. With space at Guantanamo Bay and Camp Blas running low, white hats are now offloading deep state scum into ISIS' most fortified black site network, known in secret as Detention Alley. This isn't about border crossers anymore. These 15 hardened detention centers scattered across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas, hidden for decades in isolated rural zones, are now being used for a very different kind of prisoner. Deep state agents, military-grade traitors, the ones who thought they were untouchable. Only 1,673 detainees currently sit inside cells that could hold 15,000. But that's changing fast. In early March, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Homeland Security's Kristi Noem greenlit the use of ICE facilities to hold deep state trash temporarily until Gitmo cells open up. And yes, they'll pay for it. Their seized assets are already being used to fund their own detainment. Election fraud. Saturday, May 30th, Georgia. Democrats lied about a water main break at the State Farm Arena in order to commit election fraud. They then pulled out suitcases filled with ballots, running the same stacks through machines all night until Biden stole the Georgia 2020 election. The entire fraud operation was caught on camera. Why aren't every single one of these people in prison? It was caught on camera. Saturday, May 30th, Wisconsin, Florida. President Trump was ahead by 109,000 votes in the Wisconsin 2020 election when all of a sudden Biden received an instant 120,000 plus vote dump on live TV, which was so obvious of fraud that the news anchors laughed and didn't even know what to say. Then in the Florida 2020 election, Trump magically drops 12,650 votes, and Biden gains 17,842 votes in an instant on live TV? The 2020 election was stolen right in front of your face. Saturday, May 30th, Sidney Powell and election experts identified that the vote for Biden and other Democrats were 3% to 5% overall greater wherever Dominion machines were used. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Powell states that judges had pre-written statements ready to read and denied to look at any evidence of election fraud, and that our government, including CISA, the CIA, and the FBI, all knew about the fraud and foreign involvement and did nothing. We're essentially fighting the entire globalist elite power structure that wants to control the world for their own financial benefit, and frankly, that includes a lot of American corporations that have international interests and want to do business with China and have made back deals with the Chinese and untold numbers of politicians who have done the same thing. JFK assassination. Saturday, May 30th, the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, QFS Quantum Financial System, Web 3.0, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Kennedy's assassination happened because in 1963, he issued an executive order 11110 that enabled the United States to issue its own silver-backed currency, bypassing the Federal Reserve, the private banking system of the Khazars, without interest or debt. According to the narrative, this would have threatened the power and revenues of the Federal Reserve. Kennedy was killed 171 days after signing the executive order. The banking cartel always eliminates those leaders who want their own debt-free currency. In his speech at the Waldorf Astoria, Kennedy warned of a secret influential power structure. In reality, this executive order was not repealed. The banknotes were simply made to disappear. The issued money was quietly withdrawn from circulation, and the Federal Reserve regained its monopoly. QFS, Quantum Financial System. The QFS realizes the same thing Kennedy wanted, a debt-free sovereign monetary system that cannot be killed because it is not a person, but a system. Kennedy tried to free the country from the debt dependency of the banking system. Now, 60 years later, a new system, QFS, is finally implementing what he started.
Declassified files. Missing uranium. A silenced president. This is one of the most explosive stories buried inside America's nuclear history, hidden beneath decades of redacted documents, intelligence memos, political protection, and unanswered questions. Julian Assange on Telegram. According to declassified evidence and intelligence investigations, hundreds of pounds of highly enriched uranium disappeared from a U.S. nuclear facility in the 1960s, under circumstances so alarming that officials feared the balance of power in the Middle East was being permanently altered. And at the center of the storm stood one man, President John F. Kennedy. In the early 1960s, Officials at the Atomic Energy Commission discovered disturbing discrepancies at NUMEC, private nuclear processing plant in Apollo, Pennsylvania. The facility could not account for massive quantities of weapons-grade uranium, not a small error, not misplaced paperwork. Hundreds of pounds of bomb-grade material had vanished. Later estimates suggested the amount may have exceeded 600 pounds, enough material to produce multiple nuclear weapons. Behind closed doors, intelligence agencies panicked, because this did not look accidental. It looked like a coordinated diversion of American nuclear material. And the deeper investigators looked, the darker the story became. NUMEC's founder Zalman Shapiro maintained close ties to Zionist political organizations and allegedly had repeated contact with Israeli operatives visiting the facility under the cover of scientific consultation. Declassified intelligence records later suggested several of these visitors were connected to Mossad. The suspicion inside intelligence circles became impossible to ignore. The uranium was allegedly being funneled into Israel's secret nuclear program. Its destination, according to multiple reports, was Dimona, the heavily guarded nuclear facility hidden in Israel's Negev desert. Officially, Dimona was presented as a research site. In reality, intelligence agencies increasingly believed it had become the foundation of an undeclared nuclear weapons program operating outside international oversight. Then came the moment that changed everything. John F. Kennedy found out. Alarmed by intelligence briefings, JFK confronted Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion directly and demanded transparency surrounding Dimona and Israel's nuclear ambitions. He pushed for inspections. He demanded answers. He warned that the United States would not tolerate nuclear proliferation built on deception. For a brief moment, Kennedy became the biggest obstacle standing in the way of Israel's nuclear program. Then JFK was assassinated, and according to critics and researchers who studied the declassified timeline for decades, everything changed after that moment. The pressure disappeared almost overnight. Lyndon B. Johnson softened the administration's stance toward Israel. Demands for accountability faded. The confrontation ended, and Dimona continued operating in secrecy. By the late 1960s, U.S. intelligence reportedly understood that Israel had effectively become a nuclear power, yet no sanctions followed, no public admissions were made, and the entire issue slowly vanished from mainstream discussion. To this day, critics argued the NUMEC scandal was never fully investigated because the implications were too explosive. That stolen American uranium may have helped build a secret nuclear arsenal, that intelligence agencies knew far more than they admitted publicly, and that the last president who seriously tried to stop it was removed before he could finish the fight.
Sunday, May 31st, the FBI has confirmed that a Charlotte, North Carolina hotel hired a security team of 15 time-arrested, convicted felons who dealt fentanyl, cocaine, and guns in their uniforms at the hotel. The Punisher on Telegram. The owner ignored a mind-boggling 590 police calls since January of 2024 and alleged ran a farmer's market for drugs and guns. The FBI seized more than 1,700 grams of fentanyl and cocaine. 11 people have now been charged, and the federal government is moving to seize the entire hotel. How the hell did Charlotte, North Carolina miss this? How do you miss a massive drug operation for 2 years with nearly 600 police cars?
Yeah, just picking up an engine and moving it for one of my cars there. It's a LS motor, about 700 horsepower supercharged. So it's fun motor and trannies. So anyway, but they don't do anything unless you put them in something.
That's it. It's just like those spacecraft.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you got to make it go somewhere. Okay. Yeah, point it somewhere. Don't point it the wrong place. That's for sure. So, hey, I wanted to mention everybody's kind of getting amped up, and the president put something out yesterday about the Virginia election. Yeah. And I just want to let folks know, we have this conference coming up mid-June, 15th to the 17th there in Las Vegas. I've got a half a dozen, we may get a couple more before it's over with, of the top data people, the election specialists on the planet, that are going to be presenting there. And just so people understand how connected they are, several of them have been providing data by request, have been providing data on the Virginia election situation to the White House and White House counsel and like that. So there's, and guaranteed, we know exactly how the fraud occurred in the Virginia election. I'll be very direct about it. It was fraudulent. We can prove it. There's no question about it. And as the president said, question is, are the courts going to do anything about it when the moment comes and the materials are presented through whatever means is chosen? And that's been a problem all the way along. The only thing I would say to the bad guys involved, both here and abroad, is that the president has already made it more than clear that should the courts fail to respond, we have options and we'll exercise those options. He'll exercise those options to make sure that we do not get the frauds that have been directed at us coming up in the 2026 election. It's a non-starter. The president knows that he, his family, and the patriot community would all be targeted endlessly. And he doesn't want that to get a chance to get started. And so we'll see how everybody responds. So the difference is from other times when we've had the frauds in the elections is that we weren't as prepared to observe it real time, document it, and know exactly where to look to do what we got to do. So this time we got it all. We got it with exacting precision. Nobody's gonna be able to mess with us on this. It's, if I was one of the bad guys, I'd be lawyering up right now. If I was connected to the bad guys and some of it could rub off on you, I'd be lawyering up right now.
Very good. And are you talking about the governor race?
No, the Virginia. What they had in Virginia was they did a redistricting race,
okay.
And there's all sorts of questions whether it was even legal what they tried to do. Part of the problem is that I think it'll get overturned in the courts on the legitimacy of even running the race the way it is, and it's very vague and squishy and bizarre in the language of this thing. But that said, the powers that be, the ones behind the scenes, the deep state players, couldn't restrain themselves. They had to try and get in there and control the direction that the election went. And so the problem for them is, here's going to be probably overturned by the courts that it was even valid to do the election, but they're going to have been involved in election crimes. And a lot of the stuff that sounds like was old, going back to 2020 and 2022 and 4, this brings a lot of that up fresh. Same thing with what's going on in the primaries. And we've seen similar types of mischief in the primaries and documented, Texas being one of the places. There's other types of fraud occurring in places like Utah, where I'm just telling you, those people are unhinged out there. They have no connection to reality. If you're a resident in Utah, you live in one of the most lawless places on planet Earth when it comes to elections and politics and bonds and everything else. I'm shocked, really. And we just, every time you roll over a rock, you find something more, and you're like, oh my gosh, really?
Wow.
So, but it's like that in a lot of other places too, by the way. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The in Florida, it looks like they're going to really, they're going to do redistricting. and they're going to like add a lot more Republican seats. So there's a lot of movement where they're talking about right now Republicans have 218 seats. They could move to 250 to 270 seats by the midterm elections.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is, though, I have an opinion on what's going to happen within this election cycle. I
Yeah.
don't think that with the fraud that's already occurred, that we can take the chance of going the rest of the way on it. But we'll see. I mean, the president's got his thumb on it. He's got great, people advising him. But we'll see what actually happens. Just everybody needs to be assured the president isn't going to sit on his hands. What happened in 2020 is not going to be allowed to happen again now. And we're wise to the mechanisms that are being used to do these election frauds, by the way. So, people need to realize that. So,
yeah, they were predicting red waves in 2018, 2020, and 2022 didn't happen. So, yeah, we got to change this election system.
Well, and we don't have the luxury of pretending that we've got it and the red wave shows up and whatever. These particular types of thefts within the electronic systems are very real and very dangerous. And so there's cast vote records, things like that, that allow us to prove what's going on. All of that has to change. So, and it will, again, this is a different mode. You can't compare what's going on now with what's happened previously. I think that's the important thing that a lot of people, they keep saying, yeah, it's been this way. Nothing's changed and all. Yeah, I'll bet money on that. That's not the case. We're going to have some amazing things happen. And the fact that the White House was getting briefing papers and briefs and in-person meetings on this exact issue. They're keenly aware now of exactly how the fraud happened in Virginia, what's happened in Texas, and some of the other places. So there'll be action. It's a different time, different situation. The one thing still though is that we all have cleanup to do from the past. We still got Tina in jail.
Right.
Absolutely, completely insane that she's in jail right now. And every day is just couldn't be more critical with her health physically. Plus, she's 70 years old. How would you deal with that yourself mentally? And everybody's coming to the rescue. The president gives you a pardon, and none of it can get you out. Who would have believed?
Well, there's got to be something that's coming up. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Keep praying.
Yeah, we got. There is actually. I'm aware, and I don't want to, give false hope or let the cat out of the bag. But there is some stuff that I'm aware of that's happened this week that I believe will ultimately, fairly shortly, have a positive outcome. And it'll be more than one step. But I think it's, there's been an agreement along this line now at least twice. And I think this one will get traction and happen, but we'll see.
All right. Good. Sounds like you're in a much happier crowd this time.
Yeah. For those that don't know, I was doing a little broadcast with you the other day, and David Kinney, and then some people had imbibed a little bit too much, and there was like 3 couples, and they were getting a little too over exuberant and bumped me. So I dropped my phone and picked it up, and I was laid back about it, and then apparently they had a little bit of a problem between a couple of the guys and went to fisticuffs, and then the women had to dive in to stop them. and one of them tagged me in a area of my shoulder that's a little hypersensitive, and so I was in it, and didn't quite know what to make of it at the time. But you got people that have had too much to drink and they're getting rowdy. It can be a little bit tough, and one of the guys was being really going over the top, and that was the person that in the police, even when they were in a downtown spot, but it still took them about 7-8 minutes to respond. So there was a lot of drama in between. I had punched off my sound and punched off the video while I was going to move to a different area, and but I survived. It was life happens. So,
I mean, you always give us a good, view. That would have been a really good one.
Well, that one, the one I got, I still got a heck of a bruise on that shoulder. I don't know if it was from getting hit there or when I had to hit back, and my wrist still hurts. And the one girl, he hits too hard. My boyfriend didn't mean it. Well, fuck. I mean, it's just,
It's too hard. That's a good one.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do? They weren't playing. I mean, they might have thought they were playing, but I didn't think so. So anyway, but I'm okay. I made it. They're all okay. I think they took 3 of them to jail. So that's
wow.
all that happens. But it's the nature of the beast. Life in the big city.
Very good. Very good. So, we're at that point where, we have all these scientists that are disappearing.
Yeah.
And, Dave Wilcock, whatever's going on with that. Yeah. We kind of talked a little bit about that. You said,
well, let me just dive right in there real quick before we get to that, because I don't want to entangle David's situation into the other scientists. The reality is David was a friend since shortly after he got out of high school even.
Wow.
And so I knew David for a very long time. And I'll just be frank, I had tried to tone it down with him several times, and we were good friends. I mean, I spent time with him a number of times, and there were some things there that I just felt were not helping on certain subject matter and wasn't accurate or correct. And he had tried to intone once or twice that maybe I was in agreement with him. And I said, no, David, not a chance, not on some of these certain things. Even talking with a couple of other close friends of David over the last couple days, it was interesting. Both of them said the exact same thing. If you kind of look back on it, you saw this coming. And the short version is that David, for whatever reason, when some police arrived at his place in Boulder, he had a gun on him, and he pulled it out and shot himself in the head. So that is so sad. This is somebody that I enjoyed his company, didn't agree with on everything, but I'm not the internet police and give room for people to hear what's said, and then people have to weigh out and make their own decisions.
Yep.
The reality is, though, that this is fundamentally a nice person and somebody that I had enjoyed the company of and had some respect for. I can have friends that I don't agree with and still be friends and have a conversation. That said, I see some of the internet chatter trying to tie him, because he talked about things going to space and aliens and what's coming with disclosure and all sorts of things. And the reality is that there was nothing there that David had that was the reason for taking him out, and he did it by his own hand. It's very sad. But if you convolute it into these other situations, I think you dilute what these other situations truly are.
Yeah.
And there is very real, bizarre drama. I was aware of this problem as people were asking questions. I think about 2 years ago with something that happened with a couple other people, and we were trying to look and see if it had been going on for a period of time prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thing that probably raised it to the top of the charts was the disappearance of this general who had access and a lot of this stuff. And by the way, was far enough up the ranks within the UFO phenomena. If you remember, Hillary Clinton in the WikiLeaks stuff, all the way back in 2016 when that was released, when we looked at the WikiLeaks data, commented in a post to John Podesta in an email, maybe it's time to play the alien card.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this particular general had access and was working on stuff related to what are referred to as alien technologies. And then Podesta was literally at classified facilities, um, uh, reviewing this stuff with this general. So it was a very big deal. And so you wonder, the alien card, this general, some of the other connections, other people involved out there. It was a very bizarre thing. And going down the road, it blew my plastic off a little bit. But how are we going to deal with this now? Do we actually know who's behind this and what's going on? I don't think there's a lot of questions that don't have good answers thus far. And it's very disconcerting. Imagine even with the general, he left his cell phone behind, his credit cards, ID, other stuff. He put on some hiking shoes, took off his street shoes, and there's a mountainous area nearby. So what was going on? Didn't tell his wife he was going to do anything like that.
Yeah.
Kind of bizarre stuff. So it certainly
like
warrants
staged. So you can't take any of that. Don't know if that's real or what. So
right. And from your or my background, that the art of deception, the illusion, the things that are done to take you down a different rabbit trail. And if you got guys that are really good, they've thought this out, they know all the key clues to leave behind, if you will, and do so. And so now you're like, well, is it this way or is it that way? What's the real answer? And you got to sift through that stuff and figure it out. And the systems that they were working on are just very advanced. Some involve the other physics. And so the question is, was somebody trying to disable our ability to proceed and develop new technologies? Or were they trying to learn? We got somebody that's missing. Is that person, being trying to make them give away certain information or secrets or something like that, which could include not the technology, but other people that may be able to help with this other technology. So it's a pretty bizarre situation. I think it's very, very real. And it goes to a whole nother level of the nation state conflict, war by another means, taking out some of these scientists.
Yeah. And so the advanced technologies, connecting and, re-engineering the advanced technology we've gotten from the spacecraft that have crashed here on Earth and, back engineering, all that stuff. And then the scientists are basically taking that to the next level. It seems like a lot of those people, and not just 11 or 13 as it is now, scientists, but going back 80 years all the way, you mentioned the Nazis, all the way back to the Nazis, so this control of information,
Well,
that's an amazing engine you have there, by the way.
oh yeah, the guys that actually know what they're looking at. It's pretty cool. It's got a supercharger up here, and it's brand new from GM. And they were sitting at the shop, and they weren't getting it done, so I have somebody else going to go ahead and finish it up. But it's going in a fun project. But the place where I think you have to kind of understand how long this has been going on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the name of the book. One of the OSI guys, Air Force Office of Special Investigations guys, did a book, The Wheel, and I can't think what the first part of it is in the name, but looking at the developments that were going on all the way back to 1815. And what we had in 1815 is in Germany and Europe in a more generic sense, but in Germany precisely, there was a club, an organization, secret handshake group, if you will, of industrialists and people with new ideas, scientists and like that. And they decided that they needed to be able to work in secret, and they couldn't do that in Europe itself. There was too many people, too many governments knew what was going on. So they sent a breakaway group to Argentina, and they worked in Argentina, bought a large ranch, and people don't understand this really right now. Argentina in that period was the second fastest growing economy in the world. It was U.S. was the biggest, and Argentina was the second biggest, and very similar to much of the states with the mountains, the ocean, different climates. It's just like California to Alaska across the length north to south, and beautiful. I mean, you got wine country to the north, and then at the very tip down at the bottom, Bariloche, which is where many of the Nazis went. In fact, one of my contacts who was deeply involved in NASA through the 50s and 60s and into the 70s. In the 80s, he'd already retired, early 80s. But then he told me, and he liked to do art and stuff like that. So he said, no, I'm moving to Bariloche. And he gave me a bunch of stuff that he had. He's like, nope, I don't want anything with me. I'm not taking anything with me. I'm just getting on the airplane going. He met a girl, supposedly, and he packs up and goes down to Bariloche. And I get pictures from him all the time and the German villages and all the fun stuff. Well, you talk about somebody that was a real for real scientist. It never quite made sense. And it was probably early 90s, just before the Whitewater stuff erupted for me. And one of his friends said, hey, you know what he's doing down there? I said, no, I have no idea. He says, no, he's going back and forth to Antarctica. And this guy had met him at the boat. He was taking stuff back and forth to Antarctica. And at that time, he was probably in his late 60s, early 70s. And then we didn't hear anything more from him. And I've always wondered, what was going on really with him. And he had very unusual skill sets and history. But the thing about Argentina was they were developing motors and aircraft predominantly. In fact, an aircraft that was captured, that was crashed, that was recovered by a U.S. team was brought back to the U.S., smuggled back, and reconstructed, and then was demonstrated, according to a number of reports, as a lighter-than-air aircraft for President Lincoln while he was alive, and his cabinet came out and observed it. And they were unable to think of how they could use this. It was interesting, but they couldn't quite figure out how to use this or apply it. Now, across the southern part of the U.S. in the later into the 1800s, there's numerous reports of air vehicles which we would understand today to be Zeppelin type vehicles. Were reported and floating across the skies, moving across the skies, across the southern United States, Texas, other places. And those also were apparently being tracked and had origins in Argentina. And of course, when Germany showed up and there was this race between the Western powers to develop these blimps, it was amazing how far ahead of everybody else Germany was early on. Well, it was because they were getting a lot of their technology, including the engine technology specifically, from their breakaway operation that was out of sight, out of mind. And part of the interesting thing there is also that, when Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the whole story that we all know from the movie, the rest of the backstory on that is that, and he did the train robberies. He was out there in the area that was the Utah territory at the time, but some of the other hole in the wall guys were a bit more wild and had apparently become quite a nuisance. And the assertion is that some kind of a deal was made with the governor of the territory to let the hole in the wall gang get caught, and that Butch would allow and assist on that. And the agreement was made with Sundance's help. Well, it turns out Sundance was a Canadian Mountie and was embedded with that operation with Butch. When they allowed the rest of the hole in the wall gang to get apprehended on a train robbery, then they had to go hightail it somewhere. And they went to Argentina. And in Argentina, what were they doing? Well, they were surveilling this breakaway operation, picking up where others had to leave off. They bought a ranch that technically wasn't that far from this German operation, but wasn't right down their throat. It was like 50 miles away, and worked from there. And when you see the movie with the gal in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, in real life, that woman was not romantically involved with either of the men. She was, they had a Sisters of Charity type thing in that era where women who swore to remain virgins would then assist the women who were involved in prostitution to, get them through that period and all that. And it was a very, they played a very important role societally. And so that woman that you see in the movie, she was actually also working as intelligence for the U.S. And reporting for that, doing an intelligence operation specifically against the German intelligence. There was reasons why she had favorability into that. When they left Argentina, came back to the States, Butch and Sundance, they were in contact with her in the San Francisco area, Sundance went back to Canada, Butch remained in the area and then was continuing to do intelligence work. And she had tried to infiltrate a division of this, and so Butch came down. The autopsy showed her as a virgin, which they thought was unusual given her age. And but she was doing that work. And of course, when you think about it, if you have somebody that has access into the prostitute community, they have access into a lot of these nefarious communities and would have intelligence. And so this is a perfect cover, if you will, for other things that she would have been doing if she was an intelligence officer, and which is what the indication is. And so after that point, Butch himself then kind of disappeared into the woodwork because they were apparently blown on their cover looking at the German operations. And this is, a decade before we broke into World War I. And so this has been going on for a very long time. And that operation in Argentina didn't stop there. What they were doing with the lighter than air vehicles was transiting, going down to Antarctica. And they were able to transit very quickly, hit lots of different areas, and do a lot of the build out there that is virtually unknown in the West. And that has been going on for quite some time. And of course, when you're under the ice, you don't get a bad day, you don't get bad weather, you don't get a storm. You have geothermal, so you have, even back before we had other, systems, you had the ability to, generate power, lights, everything else. And if you're in, the underground hot springs areas, the lakes, you're 62 to 68 degrees every day, never a bad hair day, 2 miles under the ice, nobody's touching you. So there's a longer story there. But we are dealing with a breakaway on the technology. These people are very advanced. And imagine, if they're gaining, a year on us every 10 years. And you start adding it up, and they're not getting blown to pieces with the latest war. You got some real problems. Obama, his last foreign trip was hitting a bunch of South American countries, ending up in Bariloche, and then he and Michael go off horseback riding and disappear for a day and a half, and nobody sees them up close and all that. Well, where did they go? Well, the reports were that they went down to Antarctica, spent better part of a day, and came back. So it's a short trip from that area. So, and that was the summertime. So there's a lot of mystery in there. And then when you have scientists who just bring, by the way, even at 1947 with Roswell and stuff like that, there's been some great work looking at the materials. And of course, Art Bell was a friend, and he had some stuff that was purportedly from Roswell. It was not stuff that was commonly built, but it was within the technology that we're able to do now, and even within the last several years. So some of the combinations looked, otherworldly. The reality is they may just have been a decade or two or five ahead of us. They weren't thousands of years ahead of us, and very indicative of a breakaway. And that area was very close to where we had a lot of the German scientists holed up there in New Mexico also. So there's all sorts of bizarre things. And just one last thing I'll add. For example, we had a vehicle that showed up parked over a missile area with silos during the Cold War. And then these missiles suddenly started turning on and going to launch mode all by themselves without
Right.
any operator interaction. So it was widely portrayed as being, space aliens showing us that, if we don't stop, our weapons and whatever, they can stop them on command. The reality is, think of what we have today with back doors and programs and the technology to remote control things. If you've got somebody on the inside that's providing you access to put certain Trojans in place, all through a system, you could easily envision something where this isn't outer space technology. It's not from a gazillion years ago. It's just that you have somebody that's very advanced, working over your shoulder and able to undermine your systems and test whether they had that capability or not. And so it takes a little bit of the mystery out of it. Even when you look at this war that we're in with the breakaway, Trump even saying that he's going to release some of the UFO information can also be interpreted that he's actually releasing information that will help those that actually know what they're looking at to understand you're not dealing with aliens from 50,000 light years away. You're dealing with something that's very homegrown next door and a serious problem.
Yeah. I mean, even in World War II, we had, that's amazing what Butch Cassidy's son is. Good guy. Your knowledge is so amazing. V1, V2 rockets. V1 was a cruise missile, first cruise missile. V2 was a missile, and then they had the first jets. And Tuskegee Airmen shot 3 of them down because when they banked and turned, they slowed down. The Tuskegee Airmen with their P-51s were able to shoot them out of the air. But yeah, they've had incredibly advanced technology, and they just move somewhere else when we feed them into Germany.
Well, and think about this. The metals, the metallurgy is so key, but they had developed all sorts of metals that were way advanced beyond other countries around the world, or even where we knew how to do stuff, they were able to come up with better production methods. So, for example, when it came to nuclear isotope separation, this stuff needed to make the bomb. They had perfected laser isotope separation in 42.
Yep.
And it took a lot of power to do it, but you didn't have to use like the centrifuges like Iran was using and stuff like that. With laser isotope separation, with that technology, something that would when we did it at the Clorox facility in southeastern Washington at Hanford, they had 50,000 workers just working on the nuclear isotope separation and maintaining the little machines and keeping them going and all that other stuff, and huge power. They had to put it there by the Columbia River because it took massive power to do it. When the Germans did it, it took a real number, about a half a dozen technicians and about 100 other people handling other parts of the operation. And then it took a lot of power also, but nothing approaching what it took for us. Well, they just were ahead of the game that much further. We didn't come into nuclear isotope separation, and it was, till the 50s. And it was with the help of the German scientists that perfected it for the Germans. They'd been working on it since the early 30s and got it perfected in the early 40s. The German scientists coming into the American military and intelligence machine was crucial to the advancements that we have. And then part of the question has been, how many of them were truly brought over to the West, and how many of them were actually still maintaining some subterfuge where they were still working, with, Nazis that survived the war. We defeated the German army. We did not defeat the Nazi army.
Very good. Yep. Yeah, they were close to the bomb. We destroyed their heavy water plant in Norway through special forces operations. Otherwise, they would have probably been dropping a bomb on us.
Well, let me add this there. So, I had a member of the Wolfpack Society or Club who was American, but he had one of his close friends was actually one of the German submariners. And they both became friends when Germany turned over a submarine that had the nuclear material that by many, many accounts, and he was absolutely adamant that we only had enough money or enough refined material for the test at Trinity. We did not have enough to do the two bombs. And
Wow.
Japan was aware that we were developing this capability, and they initially said, we threatened to do it again, and they initially said, no way, you're not going to be able to do it because you don't have enough material. We know you don't have enough material. Well, the reality is, we had not produced enough material at Hanford to make another bomb yet. But we did have material that came from Germany on that sub and other technology. And my friend was extremely adamant that he took that material all the way through to where it went to an assembly location on the East Coast. And he had to turn that over to the other people there. And but he was there with the security team. He had certain technical skills that allowed him to be needed to be present. And that has been told a number of times by other people also. I think it's absolutely accurate that we did not have the material. The material we had came from Germany. And that along with other technology and those scientists that made the deal, they traded that for passage to the West. They did not want to end up in Russian hands. That was the point.
Incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that'll make a lot of sense. So I've heard of stories not that magnificent, but similar stories of the Germans bringing us technology that they had developed for safe passage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that this scientist thing is a different thing than maybe what some of the people are portraying.
Great
we
insight.
need to go slow on this and understand that this is nation state stuff. And even President Trump's threat to do some type of disclosure may not be as precisely at space alien stuff as it is closer to home. And by the way, for example, we've had lots of fantastic people.
Yes.
Catherine Austin Fitts being one, who have been able to go through the budgets and find the money missing going to earmarked for space programs and the hidden space program. But I've contended for a very, very, very long time that's a misnomer. It's not outer space, it's inner space. And it's these vaulted facilities that even within the breakaway, you have people that believe they're on the right side of history, feathering their nest to be able to survive what's coming. And so of sharing technology, working with some of these groups. So the wars that we see, Mideast and elsewise, may not be precisely what most people believe. In fact, let me just say this. So Albert Pike, in his book Morals and Dogma, said that they needed 3 world wars to take over the world, to create a one world government, which was this Masonic goal for, within the Freemason groups. And remember, Freemasonry has been heavily part of American history and lore and like that all the way along. Washington, D.C. is a Freemason, the whole city is built around Freemason themes. All the architecture, the street angles, everything else. The government, the military, you can't get higher rank in the military, move up through the ranks easily unless you're a Mason. And that's been the case for generations. So the problem is you have a group that at the highest levels believe that you have to make 3 world wars so that we can have a one world government. Okay. And they want to use our political system, our military, etc., for that. And they're embedded in other nations too, around the world. Look at Iraq with Baghdad. Saddam built the center of Baghdad around Masonic themes also. Same statuary. It was like a ode to Washington, D.C. Very heavy Mason involvement. Here, we're fighting. We're at conflict. That's part of the reason he couldn't believe they were coming after him. The devil only wants you as long as he needs you. And then when he doesn't need you anymore, you're fodder for the next cannon. But the reason that I mention that is because within these very secretive locations within the military and intelligence and then the science, you have a very heavy presence of Masons. And, without going way deep into it, several of the people that hold the highest possible positions within certain areas of the science and technology, NASA, everything else, very high level Masons, and they keep their thumb on everything. The question is, are they passing that information between each other, including in other country locations where fellow Masons are at? Are we that infiltrated? And that has been a very strong contention by many people looking at this, and technology sifted out and sifted in, because they want the best enemies money can buy, so they can maneuver us into this position where we end up in a 3rd World War. And that's what Trump is actually fighting. He is undermining these connected networks, both inside our government, the various agencies, and other governments. And it's one of those things that's certainly hotly contested by some people, but in reality, I'm very comfortable that he's on the white hat side doing exactly what you have to do to expose these connections and networks and secret handshakes and everything else, to move us away from this planned for and intended 3rd World War, which in my opinion is actually the 4th World War, because we won the 3rd World War, we defeated the Soviet Union, and they don't exist anymore. So this would be the 4th, but they don't count ours.
Very good. So that Southern Poverty Law group,
Yeah,
that exposed. They just exposed that basically they were just instigating, this Nazis and all that stuff, so that they could, get more money and, do their lawfare and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy stuff that's being exposed.
well, I was exposed to a lot of that back in the mid 90s with stuff that we were doing related to Whitewater, and there was some people that were pretty adamant about that, and I didn't know enough at the time, but I heard what they had to say, and it sure made sense to me that it wasn't doing what it was purported to be there to do. And so I was, I had other lanes that I was in and wasn't able to dig in deeply, but I had other people around me that were just, just adamant that this was a bad deal. The person that probably is the expert on that is, Louis Herms. He's
Right.
been talking about this for a number of years. He's a friend of both of ours, running for governor in California.
Yep.
So he's the guy that rather than talk out of school. I mean, I know the basics probably a little more than the average within the public, but the guy that really could talk with excruciating detail and precision with his experiences would be Lewis, and he'd give you an earful.
Yeah, that's a good point. Great.
So,
Yeah, he'd probably love to talk
yeah,
about
and of
that.
course he'll be there at our thing here in mid-June too. So that's going to be
Good.
epic.
Very good. All right, Juan.
So and by the way, if anybody hasn't signed up, I mean, get in there. We have rooms that we secured at the Sahara Kitty Corner to it, and got a great price. They gave us rooms for $89 a night, and then cut this silly Las Vegas whatever it is tax that they have there by half. So we've got super buy on those rooms, and they're nice rooms. And then, for the people attending, just so you know, we're going to feed you well. There's not good restaurants. There's good restaurants, but there's not enough, and it takes time to go to them like that. And the Ahern actually gets awards and is well recognized as having the best catering, as good as anybody there in Vegas, and
great,
high quality. Yeah, you saw what they got. Yeah, you ate it over last month.
Okay. Yeah.
So people, we're doing dinner the first night, meals all day, three meals, and you'll have everything else out there through the day on the main day, and then on the third day, breakfast and lunch, and we added dinner for those that are going to stay, because that evening on the Wednesday night, no different than the charge or like that. That Wednesday night is when all of our experts are going to provide, the detailed analysis of the vote fraud within the electronics and the cast vote records and all the other stuff. That it's probably not for everybody, and that's why we saved it for last. But if you want to know with precision, you want to ask the guys, well, what about this, or how does that work in frauding the vote? That team that's going to be presenting there, several of them are presenting at the White House with briefings, papers, in-person contacts right now today related to Virginia and Texas. So this is as high class of a group as you can get, really. And so the people attending that conference are not getting the riffraff. It's not just a cheerleading session. Several of the people that will be presenting have already put in their notices of fraud claims with the IRS, Becent, and U.S. Treasury, Becent, and for this claims, they're going to pay up to 1/3 of any monies that are, identified within these fraud schemes, to the people that present the actionable stuff. So there's a form, there's details, and we got several of our speakers have already filed theirs. So that's how far along they are, and expect to get paid big money. So
nice.
Yeah, it's going to be worthwhile. It's going to be a great conference.
Definitely. So I got the link in the description box, and you have the Jenna Mack.
Yeah, the Jennifer Mack. You got to put the in there. she has great stuff over at the store. And, I signed a bunch of the Megador jackets and the 2020 It's Not Over Yet jackets. And so she has those when I was there at the store, whatever, a few weeks ago. And then she's got a coin, especially coin over on her site, and I've got a different one on my site over at All Patriots at gumroad.com. And really a very good price that I'll hold while silver's under 100. And don't think silver's not going anywhere. It's poised to make a very solid move. It's working in the inverse of what's going on with oil. So as you see oil up or down, the silver has been kind of going the opposite direction. And both are tangible and used for industrial purposes and to make things happen and work and all that. So as oil goes down, silver will go up because more industrial stuff happens. And that's kind of the thinking. And I expect, the working stuff going on right now related to reindustrialization of America and the factories going up. Remember silver coming in to support the growing business sector in the U.S. They pay a 50% tariff, and so it's an incentive for the U.S.-based mines to get back to it and start mining silver. But the mining companies don't want to make these huge capital investments till silver is at least at 240, and most of them are saying they're not going to start till it's 280, and they feel that it's going to be solid. And of course, Vice President Vance is working with a number of the mining companies that are negotiating for strategic materials. Silver's been moved into the category of strategic material now, which means we need it in order to provide a defense. And so they're negotiating a floor for silver for use within government military operations. And it's somewhere between 240 and 320. And most everybody is kind of the mind that it's going to end up at 280. And it probably won't happen until sometime next year. But when it does, and when the anticipation is there, you'll see it moving sharply up. And in fact, there's people that are trading within silver futures or options and spending big money on the bet that silver is going to be $90 to $100 by December. So people on the know on the inside are spending very serious money on that bet. They feel they know something that the rest of us don't know. And but I actually think that's not completely ridiculous. I personally expect it somewhere up there around 140, 150, but we'll just see.
Yeah. So I think we're in the beginning stages of this bull run in silver. So those low numbers, but something that people can grasp at this point. So I think we're gonna see more. But yeah, you have you got the latest one, and I just put it in the chat. To the moon. I like that one. I haven't. That's the only one I don't have yet. So you're going to see a little order for me coming in because I like to get big on those. So.
Well, the flip side on that is, of course, it's JFK to DJT because
beautiful.
President Trump. Part of this. Let me just say this. I think this is really important for people to kind of understand.
Mm-hmm.
I watched every launch. I watched. All the way back to the Redstones, the launches, and would feign not feeling good, stay home, watch the launch, stay up all night, watch the black and white TV, and so I mean Shepard, glued to the TV set, move back from the TV, don't sit so close. Hold the antenna on the rabbit ears because it's getting a little squishy there. Yeah, it was so fun. Some people just have no idea because they don't grow up in that era.
Yep.
But I remember adding aluminum foil to the rabbit ears to try and get them a little bit better reception. But anyway, we had this belief, this understanding, this promise that we were going to advance in amazing ways. And then 2001, A Space Odyssey. Amazing, amazing to think of going to the moon, building a habitation, having space stations flying over our head by 2001. This was, late 60s, 68, 69, 70. And to see all of that short-stopped and not completed, and with the shuttle stuff and the space stations, we're just going around in circles out there. A lot of the stuff that supposedly we're learning, we really already know it very well. It's just a seeming waste of time and money, tethered, to the earth, and so within the idea of reindustrializing America and turning on the productivity engine. I'm out on the East Coast right now, and I had to drive over to Cincinnati the other day. And even where I'm out in the Carolinas right now, the amount of businesses, factories, stores closed up, never to open again. I was down at a place that was a huge factory complex, employed 20,000 people a few hours ago, all the way up until the early 80s, and closed down. And all of that industry went to China, all of it. And all those jobs gone, all those people gone, manufacturing certain machine parts. That's a story that repeats over and over. The big steel mills going to South Korea and Asia and like that. The boat building, the cars, the airplane wings, everything else. And we paid for it. Our politicians made us pay to move the industry out of the country. And we got the higher taxes. What Trump's doing with raising the tariff and promoting business inside America is pushing that we lead this realization of America and the West, the partners that we like, that are, freedom loving, if you will, and aren't, half crazy, want to bomb us every day. And that's jobs, that's the future for the kids, that's a life, that's means going back to space instead of mining solely here on the earth, doing mines on the moon. And the habitations on the moon won't be on the surface, they'll be under the surface to provide protection from the cosmic activity like that. With that in mind, you, in a Kennedy-esque style, want to get people to reimagine, to envision what that's like, because without a vision, a people perish. That's scripture. And so you have to give them a vision in their heart. And part of the thing that really bothers me for like the young people we have, within the Patriot movement, oh my gosh, I got the bunker fully stored. I got more gas. I'm getting more gas. I'm, digging down a layer deeper. How does that come across to young people? It makes them fatalistic, literally it can drive them to, drinking, drugs, whatever. Yeah. And it doesn't, I'm going to do all this investment in education in the future and working hard, and I'm not going to get a house. I'm going to get a 300 square foot apartment or something in grandma's basement. Mm-hmm. And so part of this reindustrialization of America is aimed at the youth, and by showing them a future in space and stretching out off the planet and establishing our habitations above the earth, near and far, and going to a moon base and doing mining out there. The jobs, I have somebody that's just graduated from college with a mining degree. And I said, I'd go back in and do your PhD. And I would do it on mining. That's one of my hot rods. Mechanic is going down the street. Anyway, we would want to have the kids. I told this kid just got his mining degree, graduated. Says, you ought to go back and do a PhD on mining and mining technologies that are required for the moon and for asteroids.
Wow.
And what the next
Advice.
20 years could look like, the next 50 years, the next 100 years. Because we won't take everything off the surface of the earth to take it up there to build stuff. A lot of the stuff will use materials that are right there on the moon and or even asteroids to do our manufacturing. And a lot of the materials won't be made the way they are here because we can make them for use in space different ways. Glassified materials, weight isn't quite the problem there if you can get it up to it like it is trying to pull it out of gravity and fly it through the atmosphere and stuff like that. So, in fact, weight can be your friend. So sometimes you want to manufacture with much heavier weights, way beyond what you have to down here on the surface. And so there's a lot of details there for mining and manufacturing in low gravity and zero gravity environments. And low atmosphere or no atmosphere environments. For example, on the moon, the material that's available, sand, you would build glass facilities and even tunnel going through material that you would turn to glass, as opposed to 2x4s or, iron beams and things like that. And in that kind of environment, it's actually much stronger even than steel or iron or things like that. So there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had about how are you going to build, what materials are you going to use, what fluids are you going to use, things like that. And that's why this, I'm probably guilty of that often too. I have hot rods.
Yeah, you definitely
yeah. I like a lower thump. I don't like the sharp stuff myself. I like a little throaty or less throaty. I like the deeper resonant sounds. So anyway, but that's the conversation ahead, and I think that's healthy. So that's why doing the coin JFK to DJT, I think, is important because we have a lost generation that didn't get to enjoy what they were supposed to enjoy. Going back and picking up where we left off, because our future was hijacked for many of us, and we're going to give that future back to the kids that are alive right now, picking up where we left off, and that's that coin. So very fun.
Very good. So yeah, you have unfortunately there's seems to be a group that's been pushed into the don't believe in the moon stuff anymore. The thing is pretty tragic, but I think they'll come around.
Well, the only thing I can say, there's valid reasons to question so much of what we've been told, because unfortunately there was lies told for national security reasons, that I actually kind of get at a certain level. And yet I personally don't think it was right. The fraud is more damaging than the truth would have been at the time. There's other ways we could have combated. And I think with frauds that happened on the first landing stuff, doesn't mean though that we're not doing many of the things that we're doing. I will tell you that, for example, a number of the videos related to the shuttle stuff and the space station stuff, clearly fraudulent, clearly not what was going on. One of the ones that was funniest, so I'm actually at a facility with a couple of scientists. We're talking, and the guy's showing me this video that was taken on one of the shuttle flights where they go to the space station. And he says, what do you think's wrong with this video? And I am looking. I cannot see, you know. And he says, well, you see this over here? And he points at the corner of the window. That is a fly that's on the outside of the spaceship. we look at it and oh my gosh.
Frustrating.
Yeah, I mean,
it discounts all the other stuff that is real. So
yeah, and so in other words, I guess what I'm saying is that it's not without some basis.
Yeah.
That there is huge skepticism of some of the stuff going on. You know, NASA never a straight answer, but we are doing stuff and going to the moon, and the president's not participating in fraud. We're working through this. There is stuff that, you know, I think trust but verify, and I'm glad we have people that are going to hold everybody's feet to the fire.
Yeah.
But the idea here is to stretch out, go where we're supposed to go. God's promise to Abraham was that he would have children as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Well, shoot, we've probably had a dump truck load of kids here so far, so there's a lot of sand on the seashores. We're nowhere near that. And then as numerous as the stars in the sky, you know, an earthly seed and a heavenly seed. And, you know, the amount of stars out there and solar systems and planets and everything else, there's more stars out there in all the galaxies than all the sand and all the seashores on the entire planet easily, many, many, many times over. In other words, there's a future for humanity, the children of Adam that God intends. And it will never be fully realized here on this orb. We will stretch out and do amazing things. And you know, what will it look like 1,000 generations from now? Pretty wild. A million generations. It will stretch out. It's going to be amazing. So this is the first step. And President Trump is trying to help the kids of this generation to begin to envision that, figure it out, and go do it.
Yep. That's great. I love it. It's happening. Moving in the right direction. Yep. Thanks so much, Juan. Great information as always. We're always going to appreciate it when you come on. So thanks for taking the time.
Well, and let me just add this, Michael. You know, there's huge revelations that are in the offing right now. I don't think they're very far out. 2020, it's not over yet. There's some stuff coming out. Even with what happened over in Virginia and Texas and like that. But the reason I mentioned that, certain aspects of that affect Tina's situation. Prayer. Everybody, there's no room for frustration, upset, whatever. Prayer changes things. I heard somebody and one of the things they said that they saw prayers going up, and they were actually like building blocks. They were very substantial. They weren't vaporous. They weren't airy. They were building things out. So, you know, I don't know. There's more to it than I think sometimes people give credit to it for. God spoke the whole world into existence, and there's some kind of a principle there that when we give him permission, ask of, you know, he does things because we do engage. And the situation with Tina, I would want everybody to be able to take credit for praying her out of this situation and having some tangible part of that, if not understood or seen in this world, in the next world. And let's pray Tina out of this situation. She needs our help desperately. She's a American hero because she went in to protect the vote data that we now know was 1,000% true. They stole the vote 2020. She was protecting that information and data. She's the only person that went in and saved that data, which we can use in court, both inside the justice system and inside the military, as we go to military courts also. So she saved something that nobody else seemed to have the guts, will, understanding to dive in and do. And yet she's the one in jail. By divine ordinance, let's get her out.
I agree. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. So, love you, bro. Appreciate getting a chance to talk to your audience. Sorry I had to bow out the other night. I got bumped out.
Should have kept going a little bit longer. I guess you did come in later, so
yeah. Just you guys had already
you fought through it and came through at the end. So
yeah,
didn't give me enough time. Sorry.
All right. Well, love you both, you and Tracy. You're great friends, and look forward to seeing you down there in Vegas in mid-June. And I sure hope a lot of your audience shows up. This is not. We're not playing around. We're doing something pretty amazing. It won't have a bunch of vendors or other stuff. We didn't want any of that. I think it would distract. We're all about business here. So come on down and enjoy it.
Yep. And from us, back to you and Jen. Lots of love to you guys too. Thanks a lot.
All right. Night, folks.
Night.
They missed the legend. Yes. I out here in farm country, and I had to. I have a truck where somebody wasn't paying attention and damaged a bumper, and I decided, well, let's take that chrome thing off and put one of those monster bumpers on, and the winch and everything else. So lights, the whole smear. Doll it up.
Very good, very good. Yeah, we're looking at probably getting some kind of truck in the future. I think getting some farmland, but definitely having a win. Way to go.
Well, I've got several, but they actually seem like they're duplicative, but each one of them has different kinds of things that it really does. And for example, if you're moving animals, you really want to do it with a dually, so you don't have the chance that you could lose control of something if you have a heavier fifth wheel. If you're just moving a trailer or something like that, you get a flat, doesn't hurt anything. And so I got different trucks for different applications, and every one of them really is kind of unique. So, but hey, this event, oh my gosh, coming up next month. There's so many amazing developments, even in the last, of course, the Tina thing, top of the list. We were from day one anticipating we may very well have her free and able to attend. Now the deal is they're letting Tina out on the 1st of June. Before then, a parole board has to decide what the terms and conditions of her release are. The interesting thing is they might want to try to restrict her from being able to, say, talk about political things or attend political things, and try to head us off at the pass and being able to present, and here or anywhere else. They may want to restrict her to Colorado. However, she's going to need some medical attention like that. We have some great stuff that we think is probably best addressed in Colorado or in Nevada, not Colorado, and a spa that she can actually live at.
Sweet.
And
she deserves it after that jail time. Jeez.
Well, she's got a lot of recovery she really has to do. I mean, don't kid yourself. That beat her up pretty bad, and there's indications that the cancer is back. And but at the end of the day, one of the interesting things, even in the conversations behind the scenes, the governor put in his clemency, which means that the case isn't overturned, nothing is dropped as far as the sentence, the charges, etc. He just reduced the sentence to time served, plus 3 years on probation. And while she's on probation, then they can yank her chain anytime they feel like it for all sorts of supposed things and threaten to throw her back in the slammer and things like that. So that probation is nothing to sneeze at. But her free speech is supposed to be protected, and the governor specifically mentioned that. So with that in mind, if she can't talk, if they want to try to restrict her conversations while she's out on parole, then that would be part of the whole thing that the judge did, and which Pohl has specifically identified as something where her civil rights had been violated. So not allowing her to come out and be present at something like this or speak, if they do try to restrict it, we may just have her present and smiling and we'll do the speaking. So there's a lot that's got to kind of be processed, but we have high hopes that we're going to be able to have her present at this thing. And so to be able to kind of throw some love her direction and understanding, I think is a huge thing. And to be first up to get that opportunity, I think is a very big deal. So I'm actually, that was one of the things when we picked a date and we're doing stuff. I said, I think we're going to be able to get Tina here. I'm hopeful, and here we are. So, of all the events, all the things,
Good
to be able to
intuition,
have
Lonnie.
Tina
Good
here,
job.
and yeah. Well, and then within, we are actually, let me just say this. We are apolitical within the coalition, within the unauthorized. We're not actually Democrat or Republican. A lot of the work that I've done to help around the country, for example, the stuff up in Utah, the crimes that are being done in Utah are being done predominantly by Republicans.
Exactly.
Okay. And we're hard after that. Going for election integrity and honest, fair elections. That's not Democrat or Republican. That's, American citizen, and out across the world for other countries also. So to try to put that as just a Republican thing is actually totally inaccurate.
Yeah.
And so if anybody wanted to portray this as being partisan somehow, especially as going, say, to Tina or something like that, it's just a falsehood, not true. And so we'll be hard at. We'll be watching very closely what the parole board does there in Colorado. And as Peter Tickton, Tina's lead counsel, the person that Trennis Evans and I were able to get to come on to her legal team, guilty, should never have even been heard by a grand jury, let alone go through the whole trial process and sentencing and all that. This is all going to get overturned eventually. And by the way, I think having you there and some of the other hosts like that is what this is really all about. So, because you get to talk to all your listeners, you're going to see some stuff here that is just amazing.
Yeah, we got a lot of great speakers, from that last event. They've been on the show, and they've gotten really good response from the public. So we're really excited to get some more. It's gonna be great.
Well, and it's more than the last one. The last one, we were strictly on the bonds. We'll have the stuff that goes into the bonds and the rest of the financial fraud is all on Tuesday, the 16th. And so we'll have some of the same speakers that you heard at the other bond conference, which was private, at this one, but we have several more that haven't been heard, and they'll be crucial to understanding this. And what's also interesting, you may have heard it from some of your speakers as we've educated them. The bond fraud, the rest of the financial fraud, is tied directly to the election fraud because they get certain people in that
Yeah,
then pass things through. And so the one is not disconnected from the other.
good point. Yeah, that I learned that in
So,
that event. Made sense.
yeah.
Now we're finding all the fraud, and it's yeah, those had to be set up so that that could happen, and more election steals and on that. So, uh, where do you think the election's going to go?
Well, the first night we have the movie Dark Horse, which is about the
Yeah, that's going to
president
be
of
great.
Brazil, Bolsonaro. That's the world premiere. Totally
Yes.
private. It's just for the people at this conference. I was able to
Wow.
convince the studio and folks to let us do it. And if you like Sound of Freedom, Jim Caviezel says this is his best acting performance of his life. That's what he believes. So, and others will have the producer, the directors, the head of the promotional operation, all there at this event.
Hmm.
Uh, and,
And you set up the Sound of Freedom too for that Vegas event long ago. So,
yeah,
wow. Yeah,
well, that's why they asked me if I would do this, because that really did lay the groundwork
could launch
for the
them. Yeah.
main release. And
Mhm.
people seeing it, understanding it, talking about it had a huge impact,
It did.
I think, on the ultimate, people had had enough time to digest, think about it, and talk about it,
Mhm.
and then there was anticipation. And I think this one is kind of similar. But you know what's interesting? President Bolsonaro in Brazil, he got
Mhm.
elected, and I'll just say, from a political standpoint, South American politics, there's all sorts of questions when he got into office. The people that pushed hard to get him in there, they thought they were going to get to control him and manage him, and he wasn't going that way. And so when it came for his reelection, they just pulled out all the stops to steal that election.
Yeah.
And then after he supposedly lost, which some of the people that we actually have here in the U.S. testifying before grand juries say that they flipped that election and have brought evidence of how they flipped that election for Bolsonaro. But the other part that's not really widely understood is that they then turned around within this globalista club, pushed for the prosecution of Bolsonaro, had him impeached and then prosecuted, because in Brazil it's against the law to challenge the results of an election, as though he was somehow unpatriotic because he was questioning that this election was done legally or somebody cheated. So
Mhm.
then they convicted him of trying to overturn a real justified election or whatever, and threw him in prison. President Bolsonaro of Brazil is in prison to this day, and that's exactly what they've wanted and intended to do with Trump all the way along, and with other leaders from around the world. So, what other leaders? Well, a lot of people don't know this, but the president of South Korea was also he was trying to get the election data from the state-run servers, and he couldn't do it through the courts or policing action, so he had to declare martial law. And then under this martial law decree, he was able to go in and get the election material. Well, they got to the wrong server stack. They thought they had information on where that server stack was. They were actually out of sync 180 degrees within that building. And so they went to the wrong area, didn't get it. And then they had to lift because of political pressure, the martial law, and they didn't have the data that they needed to prove it. Now, what happened this last week, and this is virtually unknown in the world, China was involved in flipping that election for the president of South Korea. And so before Trump even went wheels up to leave Washington, D.C. and head for China, a day earlier, he'd had the head of the Treasury, Treasury Secretary Besant, go and meet with his Chinese counterpart in South Korea. And there was a bit of, wrangling that went on a couple of issues. But at the end of the day, then while Trump was in China, ultimatums were given about disclosure, and suddenly, miraculously, the president of South Korea finds himself released from prison because we have the data. We know exactly how they did it, and we're getting ready to show the same thing concerning American elections, okay? With the same players.
Great backstory. Wow. Fantastic. So, thank you.
You have to think about this, and the audience has to think about this. How many times have you heard from audience members, or even, gosh, you get so weary of all this stuff. At some point, you just want to, roll over. Okay, whatever, I'm done. We're moving on. No, this cannot be allowed to stand. Mm-hmm. And so people saying nothing's happening and it's not getting resolved and nobody's getting arrested. But what doing, and the team around Trump at his direction, Treasury Secretary Besant doesn't drink and pass gas, and Trump isn't aware of it or directed it. I'm just telling you, it's just the way it is. And he's been actually, I had a lot of concerns about Besant reasons. And I have to say this, thus far, he has been absolutely spot on everything that he's been doing. He hasn't wavered. Trump once or is directing a certain thing, and Besant's right there and does it. And he travels a lot of times with the president. So he has done a superb job. I'm really, really, I just think we couldn't be better served at this point in time than what he has done thus far. So, and there's other stuff in the background that I've, interacted and been aware of. And so even where you don't get to see it, he's been excruciatingly loyal. There was concerns, because of his ties even back to Soros and other things, and trust but verify. But I'll tell you what, he's been right on the cash all the way through thus far.
Yeah. So so speak along this election fraud and stealing elections, and Pakistan, look at Imran Khan, they did all that stuff to him as well.
Well, and again, the people that we have here that are testifying before grand juries now, and who also did the briefing out of the country during the 2024 election period, several people very close to Trump, names that everybody here knows, intricately, were briefed in person out of the country by the people who did the theft of the elections, 2020 and other elections around the world. When one of the people, and I don't want to say the name, I don't think he's acknowledged this publicly yet, so I don't want to say the name. Somebody everybody here knows. At the end of the briefing, with translators, because they don't speak great English, and they were out of Venezuela, but this took place in Europe, where they were doing their final work, and where we had them spirited away to because they wanted to defect, essentially. And in those meetings, they said that when they were asked, how many countries have you done this in besides the United States? They said 71 countries plus the United States. Yeah. So think of how much cleanup we have across the world that we have to do, because in 71 countries you have leadership spending money, passing laws, putting judges into office, of doing sweetheart deals with friends, relatives, gazillionaires, etc. How much do you have to unwind that? They've taken the reins of power and driven the world right to the precipice of going over the cliff. And so things like South Korea, Venezuela, Iran, we have, and many other countries, the Congo, uh, the countries, we clean things up with the messes that have been created, and and then the money that's being spent. That's why I've been sent so close to Trump on this stuff, and it's so critical, because the financial consequences of a lot of what's gone on here are just to the moon. So,
Wow. Yep. All over the world. So yeah, 71 countries. Wow.
yeah.
And we're seeing, the result of this fraud that's going around the world. So hopefully we get to set the example. I think we're moving in that direction. Where do you think Iran's going? It's almost like we look at medieval times. They're like in a siege.
Well, the one thing I will say is this, and you've heard this over the last couple of months. Think of all the naysayers, the Debbie Downers, that Venezuela, we're going to be embroiled there for years. They're going to hand their heads to us on a plate. They've got all this stuff. They were tied right in with Iran. The Cubans were in there providing protection and security, and we're going to open a new can of worms that's going to cause the West to collapse. And Iran's got so many aces up their sleeve that you never dreamed of, and they're just going to destroy America and the world's economy. Okay, well, hey Debbie. Do you know what the hell you're talking about? Debbie Downer, I don't know. She probably doesn't have any hair under her wig. Blonde, whatever. Hair, she's just making bald, furry. All her hair fell out. Debbie Downer wears a wig. It's.
All that stress.
Anyway, I have a friend that got cancer quite a few years ago, a very famous person that people in the audience may know. They laughed about it. She went through the chemo and all that, and we tried to talk her out of it, but she went through it, and she survived. She's doing very well. She's in a very public position now. And but the whole thing, even with the wig, we found reasons to have fun with it. Her teenage son went ahead and shaved all his hair, and I think they had a couple of friends that did it. You get into a situation like that, I just do want to say, we all shoulder up together, take a deep breath, laugh at the devil, whatever. So I don't want to do that. After I said it, I thought, well, we got to be careful. I just didn't want to make a blonde joke, okay? And anyway, so and I got to tell you, I was just as another side. So I have a friend who's a comedian, was in a restaurant the other day in a certain place, and was trying to make a joke concerning the kids and everything else, and probably had a drink or two, enjoying life along the way. But anyway, they were all laughing so hard that the owners kicked this person out of the bar. And then somebody had to come in. No. You don't recognize them. This is so-and-so. They were just having fun. They weren't trying to, and finally got them back into the restaurant, having, I think it was didn't have a baby dinner or something. But anyway, lighten up, take a deep breath. If you can find reasons to have a good laugh sometimes, that's the best therapy in the world, even in the face of other crises, as we come into the storm, which, by the way, most of the storm that's coming, there's lots of angles to the storm that we're coming into. In fact, when Jen and I were driving here a few minutes ago, big, huge black clouds were over the back of the rig. Some kind of a storm behind us. I was like, oh my gosh, it's just black as can be. Everywhere else is sunny, but it's black behind us. If you can find reasons to have a little levity, kind of a mash humor, um, that's not wrong, and it's not disrespectful or something like that. It's part of, you do mash humor to take a little bit of the edge off, find the glimmers of light and hope and beauty in life, and move on. And so yes, there's some pretty serious things coming, but in the course of that, as we get through this, it's going to be a better place, a better country. We're going to have some beautiful things come out of this. But yeah, we got some drama ahead. And if you're on the right side of history, it's not aimed at you. You may, um, need to hold on tight, batten down the hatches, short sheet the sails a little.
So we're losing you. It's been a few seconds. We haven't heard you. But President Trump just came out. I was just sharing where he came out just a day or two ago. It was the calm before the storm. So he just posted that on Truth Social. So it looks like we might be getting to that point finally, if he's posting it. So that's pretty tremendous.
Well, I just want people to understand that there's a lot to come. And by the way, a lot of people ask me this question, and I just want to say this. So disclosure of the types of crimes, the people involved, etc., an understanding of what's actually transpired here does have to come first. You may see some actions over at the Justice Department. And let me just add this one thing. I don't know if you saw this, Michael, or not. On, I think it was Thursday, the Senate did a vote and then passed through 49 of the appointments that Trump wanted to make, all in one fell swoop, a blanket vote. Trump has not been getting his people that he's wanted to appoint to office through the House and the Senate. And so the Senate did this blanket approval and got 49 through, most of which are people to go into Department of Justice as attorneys. And so he just got that. Now, it'll take time for him to get in the office, come up to speed on the cases that they're going to be assigned, and study up on them. So you can figure really large cases. If you can get up to speed in a month, you're a genius. And you got a few breaks here and there. It's really 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Even on the case with Brennan, where they changed prosecutors on that case, it was said when they were looking at it, it was going to take him a solid 6 weeks to bone up and everything, so he knew exactly what was going on, because he has to own that from a personal level. He as a presenting to the court, your credibility is on the line. That what you say to the judge, what you present in the court, is the fact, and that you've researched it, and you're not providing bullshit. So
Right.
with that in mind, think of all these new prosecutors. They just got approved, so now they're going to go over into the Justice Department. How long is it going to take them? Let's say it took them a month and a half, just like I described. They get their sea legs, maybe 2 months. Now you're out to mid-July. So expecting, whether it's Brennan or any of the rest of them, anything to be done before the 4th of July of any significance probably is premature. But you get to mid-July, and it's a whole new story. Now, you might see some incidental arrests we actually, as part of the agreement for Trump to come over to China, got a Chinese hacker and brought him to the U.S. and we're going to try him over here for work that he was doing. You know, stuff is happening.
Is he going to give up some information too?
He probably has already done that as part of the agreement.
Wow.
We had to get the Chinese up to speed. Look, China, Trump went there with a carrot and a stick.
Yep.
We are going to be hearing, we're going to hear all about all the Chinese collusion going into the 2020 election. And the question for China is, do you want to have us do it in a way that ends up being adversarial and we shut down business with China? Or do you want to do it in such a way that, you can put the blame on past people or situations and military, especially in intelligence, and move on? And China, they really have to think about this. We're not going to not show their collusion in 2020. That is going to be part of the public conversation in the weeks and months to come. And then they have to decide how they're going to, cooperate with the save face, who they're going to, us justice. All over the world. 47 incidents, a lot of them aimed at Taiwan. There's been a few articles written on this. And but they were actually helping, even modifying other countries' ships so that they could be used to drop anchors or send drones to damage communications lines, undersea cables. Now, the reason that's really important, China supposedly was threatening that they could damage Western commerce across the world, essentially cause the lights go out for everybody. If we don't get it, nobody gets it from a commerce side. So then you have to go, okay, China, you live in a glass house. You may not realize it, but you live in a glass house. What did Trump do before he went to China? He called in a significant number of generals who and within protecting that cyber infrastructure. And they had a meeting Monday night, and he read them in. The scuttlebutt is that he basically told them, if China so much as sneezes at our communications anywhere, we're going to take out every single asset that they have that is close to a cable. China had been parking stuff all around these cables, acting innocent and, whatever. We're not going to wait our communications lines. We'll take that as an act of war. We take that equipment out immediately. So if they look like they're trying to get ready to take out communication systems, we take them out first. And you can see that with the number of the generals that were there. So China basically got, read the Riot Act while Trump was over there. It's a face-off, Mexican hat dance. They live in a glass house. Not only will we take out any assets that are looking like they're going to try to damage our communications, we'll take out other stuff that goes the other direction and take you out. We're not waiting. So they've had to understand just how serious it is. And then, of course, with Percent over there and looking at the financial, before Trump agreed to get on the plane and fly over to China, last second decision, everything had to be in place. And they had to understand China did a lot of kiss ass during this trip. So we're in pretty good shape there. Trump is amazing.
Wow. Great backstory. Appreciate that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, but again, from your own history, that's if we want to throw our weight around, we're not somebody's pansy, but you have to decide to do it. And something I've said to audiences a number of times: if you have power, but you fail to exercise it at the critical moments, what use is it? Why have leverage or power and then is maimed? If you have power and a crisis erupts, you need to be responsible and exercise it appropriately, accordingly. And that's exactly what I expect Trump is going to continue to do and has been doing, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've seen a lot of the people that have come into America to do bad things have been quietly being taken down behind the scenes, like we've talked about for several years now.
Well, think about it. That's what I was saying a minute ago. I didn't really finish my thought, probably, but all these bad things that the Debbie Downers thought were going to happen and projected, prophesied were going to happen to America, they didn't happen. Why? Because this is the best example I can think of personally. While Trump was still speaking at the inauguration on January 20th of 25, I got texts from military personnel who said, "Hey, I just got orders. I got orders." This is like 15 minutes after Trump, and so they had to report, and they're like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm headed off right away. Well, they ended up being involved in going out and picking up the gang members, these senior, heads of gangs, Trendra Raga and things like that. And they picked them up within the first several days of the Trump presidency. Why was that important? Because all these things the gangs were going to be used to do to damage America and everything else. It didn't happen. And then the other thing is that down through the ranks, they took out a bunch of the gang leaders. And so they just it decapitated a lot of these operations against the country. And I've mentioned it before, then miraculously, several gang members who were transporting huge quantities of ammunition across the country to the Midwest miraculously got picked up for bizarre reasons, like they failed to turn off their high beams. Actually, there was so much ammunition in the rig that it made the van's headlights point up in the air. It looked like high beams, but it was a good enough excuse. And they stopped all of this ammunition going to Midwest cities for gang members to use. Well, how did they find out about that? Because the gang leaders talked. Look at what just happened. Oh, here's another good example. Look at what just happened with Marco Rubio. His picture's taken going to China, and he's wearing a sweatsuit, and it's absolutely identical to Maduro. Now, why is that relevant? Because what's Maduro singing about? He's caged. When do birds sing when they're caged? Okay, so Maduro's caged bird. He wants to help his wife and his son not to have to spend the rest of their life in prison. He's gone. He's not coming out. But what about his wife and kid? So he's singing like a canary. What's he singing about? Who's he talking about? China and the control of the Cubans.
Yes.
And the Cubans controlling Venezuela. It's a branch office for Cuba. You couldn't get a driver's license without a Cuban looking over your shoulder. All the security personnel and all that. Well, who was giving them the money? It wasn't the Russians. It's the Cubans. The Chinese. So what's Maduro singing about? Where was all the oil going that they were getting for next to nothing? China.
Yeah.
Okay, and China was controlling much of what was going on with Iran and getting the oil out of there. So, for practically giving it to them. What's the biggest crisis for China? They have to pay retail for their oil now. They can't get it, for free. Not even wholesale. They're paying retail for their oil. He's talking about the Chinese connections into the vote fraud, etc. So having Rubio wearing the jumpsuit from Maduro was like a subtle sign. Oh yeah, Maduro. Yeah, we own him. Yeah, he's wearing orange jumpsuit now. But hey, his sweatsuit was available. I had it tailored. It looks pretty good.
Wow. So I had Josh Reed on last night, and he brought something to my attention I wasn't aware of.
And by the way, I love Josh. Josh is fantastic. He's one of the
he really
best
is.
decoders there is. Just
Wait,
up front. So go ahead. Yeah.
We should do a roundtable with you. That'd be great. So he was talking about how Venezuela gave us their uranium.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they were cooking there. I don't think the truck's going to beat the Challenger. I've got a truck that would beat the Challenger.
You were tempted though, weren't you?
That one won't. Yeah, that one won't do it.
Boy, he was cooking.
My truck's the same color. It'll beat the Challenger, but anyway.
Oh, yeah. Great.
What he needs to do if he wants to win against the Challenger, get him into an off-road. He's got a four-wheel drive. Go to terrain that favors you, not him. Less likely to get blue light special too if do that off-road. So anyway.
There you go.
What did Josh say though? Let me hear that again.
So yeah, he was saying that they had given up their uranium. So where did that come from? Were they cooking it, or would they get it from Cuba? From
Pakistan.
Really?
Nah, Pakistan had been pushing stuff out there, and it got different places. And then remember, here's some other oddball stuff that people don't realize. South Africa had enough uranium enriched for 6 bombs. And so where did that uranium go? Kissinger did the original deal, and yet nobody's acknowledged where it went to. And so supposedly it went to Israel. Israel's never acknowledged that and got added back into some of their projects. So, but there's all sorts of wild little things. And then remember this, back in 2024 during the election cycle, all summer into the fall, you had the drones all over the country flying everywhere. And I said they're looking for some missing nukes and for the enriched material. And you have to kind of go back even a little further than that. Remember when the general was blew up in the alleyway in Moscow? The person, that general, I can't think of his name this second, he was one of Putin's closest friends and trusted advisors, and Putin assigned him to track down what had happened. Was they figured out that some significant number of trigger devices had been upgraded or rebuilt that would allow weapons, nuclear weapons from the Cold War era to be refreshed. The uranium, the enriched uranium stays fine, but the triggers, which have certain types of materials that have to be there and have to be refreshed about once a decade. They're like on a clock, and what happens is if they don't go off quite correctly, you'll end up with a fizzle. You'll have just an explosion of enriched material, and it'd be like a dirty bomb, but it's not a nuclear explosion, if you will. Okay, so at the end of the day, what happened with this general, when they realized, it's very hard for somebody else to engineer a device to work somebody else's device, a trigger. The best place to do it's the people that built it in the first place. They have the exact specs and sizing and all sorts of things, timing, even the length of a wire makes a big difference. So with that in mind, the best group to build a refresh a trigger is the ones that built it in the first place. Well, that's exactly what happened. Somebody went in and built these devices that could refresh and be used with some of these earlier Cold War devices. When that was understood, then Putin put this general on the case to track these down. Why? Because he didn't want Russia to have to do the heavy lifting on how did these devices get out there and get blown up somewhere in the world. And when they realized there was a problem, so this guy was looking for this and couldn't, or was in the path to figuring it out, and then he got blown up. Who did that? Well, it was Western intelligence agencies that had the satellite stuff and all that. In other words, who in the West, even in the CIA specifically, helping the Ukrainians, may have had exactly what was needed information-wise to know where those devices went and who was doing it, and didn't want Russia to find out where this was at. You've got, nuclear devices somewhere out there with fresh triggers that could be blown. That should be a pretty scary thing for everybody in this audience.
Yeah,
and that has never, they have not been found. Yeah, right. And those have not been found. What Trump and team were looking for. There's no indication that we found what we were looking for. So then part of the question is, if you have material out there, who has something, and these triggers out there, somebody could still have something out there floating that could become usable. We want to clean all of that up, get all of that collected, not have to worry about any of it. And so Trump, not letting Iran have the bomb, not letting Venezuela have any of the material that somebody could come in there and make into the bomb. China's, by the way, any material that we find, it all has a equivalent of a DNA, certain isotopes that are very identifiable and trackable. So whatever material's out there, once we have it, we can fingerprint it to any place of origin on the planet where it was actually processed and made. Is it Chinese? Is it Russian? Is it old? Is it new? Does somebody have a facility that we're not aware of? Those are the questions. So at the end of the day, it's a very favorable thing that we're getting a hold of this stuff and not letting it float out there.
Yeah. Wow. So that was normally what they used in Pakistan, scooters. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if there was Muslim influence involved in that or just, coincidence, but.
Yeah. Well, remember, in essence, it's a type of an IED. Soleimani was the guy that invented the IEDs. I mean, this doesn't mean all IEDs are, of his design, but that club, that kind of people are pretty good at this. They're pretty effective at building these types of hidden devices. And again, you might say from the West, it's kind of in my blood, the Russians are on it. They did it, go get them. That Cold War mentality. But the reality is the specific assignment that Kurlov had and what he was chasing, he was an important person within trying to stop something that could have global reach, which ultimately will be aimed at the West. And him not being present somewhere in the fight is probably not a good thing.
Yeah. So the NATO, Trump pulling out of NATO, where do you think that's going?
Well, he's been extremely verbose over the years and pretty clear that it's time to get out, whether it's NATO, Federal Reserve, UN, things like that. These don't have our interests in mind. They're really set up at this point in time, whatever the logic was coming out of World War II and into the Cold War era, much of that is gone now, including, even if we didn't totally withdraw from NATO and we make them start paying their own bills, look at what he just did, a couple of weeks ago with Germany.
Yeah.
He started the process to, start winding down this occupation of Germany.
Yeah.
Our military facilities there is a forward leading edge against Russia. This Cold War threat. Germany's unified now. We're spending all these gazillions of dollars there still over in Germany. You run over a pine tree in a practice and you pay for the next 10 pine trees. It's just insane the money we spend that the Germans extract from us, and they're supposedly protecting them. So they're doing all this mischief against America. Hey, forget it. We're out of here. I think Trump, he wants to bring down our presence in Germany by 75%.
Ooh, I didn't know.
I mean,
I didn't know it was that much. Good job.
Yeah. So I mean,
5,000. Now we're up to 75% out. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. Well, he did the 5,000, which is 10% to, start the process, and also let the Germans know, you want to be against us, you don't want us around. Okay, we don't want to be where we're not loved, where we're not wanted. And he's also going to use that as extortion against them. Why? Because they've been extorting us. They've been taking money from us. You just can't believe the money that they get from the American taxpayer to support everything in Germany. Roads, waterways, our military personnel over there just supporting their businesses. You want to be that against us? Hey, we'll pull out. They'll start getting, when we get to 25% out of there, they'll do anything to stop it. But once the momentum's there and there's no real need for us to be there, what's Trump going to do? Think of the Mideast, and then I'll come back to this in a second. The largest lobby in Washington, D.C. for everybody in this audience's lifetime has been the Israeli lobby. And so they spend the most money on politicians, private organizations, parties, everything, including honeypots, black bag operations, all sorts of spy versus spy stuff, okay? It's just a fact. The second largest has been the Saudi crowds there in Washington, D.C., as far as lobbyists and all that, the official lobbying groups and unofficial. But if you add in the other OPEC countries working with Saudi Arabia and tag teaming in, they're, easily bigger total than just the Israeli lobby. And they work together. So what are they all working towards? Well, they all want America to spend money to stabilize the neighborhood. And who's actually benefiting? The arms dealers, the gun traders, and the banks. Okay, the Brits, primarily, the City of London, the banks within the City of London, the square mile, with their troll taxes for safe movement of oil and things like that. Our military doing the actual work. And so what Trump is doing, he is eliminating all of these locations, whether it's South America with Venezuela as a nexus of terrorism and a lily pad for Iran to work from, or the Mideast with, again, Iran, the biggest sponsor of terrorism across the planet, including financial, and their connections, by the way, to the Vatican. Sorry, it's a fact. The largest outpost for Iran diplomatically, where they had more diplomats in the world, is Italy, tied to the Vatican. Figure that out, okay? So if we stabilize the Mideast by taking the terrorist mullahs out of power in the Mideast. We do that with Maduro and all of the families, crime families in South America, tied to, by the way, our own CIA and Cuba. And we get Cuba under control. A lot of the reason why these lobbyists have a starting place with our politicians to protect everybody and to stop everything. If Trump brings some relative peace to that region, he stops the Israelis from needing all this money all the time and constantly raising the bar, and we're afraid, the nuclear, blah, blah, blah. So what he's doing is eliminating all these reasons for us to have to spend all this money. Now come back to Europe. If we tone it down in Germany, Russia doesn't have the same level of threat. By the way, Russia didn't blow up the pipeline. Russia, part of the agreement, what we told Russia at the end of the Cold War was, why don't you straighten up and fly right, do some commerce with us, go make a buck that way, and stop trying to take over the world with your communism. And glasnost, let's do business. And so they did. They did the investment. They built the pipelines, oil and gas infrastructure to provide oil and gas to Central Europe, including Germany. And right at the outset of this whole Ukraine thing, what happens? The pipeline gets 3/4 blown up. Well, who did that? I can tell you right now, it was the fucking Brits. Okay,
Wow. Brits,
that's
huh?
who did it. It wasn't us. Okay, and it wasn't Russia, for Pete's sakes. They didn't want Germany, who is really they don't want Germany kissing up to Russia at some point in time. They want to cut off that commerce. Now, if we force Germany to straighten up and fly right, and we aren't participating in this threat towards Russia, then Putin can kind of ease up a bit too. And in an age of nuclear, your tripwire is going to be tanks? Seriously? And is 50,000 enough with all that equipment? Not in this particular age, not in an age of lasers and like that, and space-based weaponry. So Trump is de-escalating situations around the world. Look at even this trip over to South Korea and the deal with China. South Korea, have you heard any peeps out of them during this first or the second term? They've been like really quiet. Why? Because they were cooperating. China was using them in this election thing. It's a big deal. And they're kind of, Trump's made it very clear, don't make me have to come there and deal with something. Even the Taiwan thing. Well, we have to get Taiwan into China. Yeah, well, let's talk about that. Trump isn't taking any guff from anybody, and he's not going to let us get sold down the river and a bunch of this stuff. So he wants to be remembered for all of the bluster and everything else. He wants to be remembered as the president that brought peace to the world and this generation and de-escalated a lot of these things. It's not going to be permanent, because the bad guys, the globalista, will start to try and do workarounds. They'll try to bring it back up. Trump will take it to a certain point, and he's going to have to hand the baton off. Who's going to pick it up? Who is that next group, that generation? We as a people are going to have to fight through to get not the next Trump. It'd be like saying the next Reagan. There was only one Reagan. There's only one Trump. But the stage will be reset, and then we will, it's a hand of God thing. Who will be that person? I don't think we've actually seen them yet, who is capable of picking up the baton and coming in the wake of what Trump is doing right now. To say that I think is false, because we don't know what the world's fully going to look like and what kind of a person we're going to need at that point in time. Think of it this way. I don't think there's any other leader in America, maybe even in the whole world, who would have had all of the prerequisites, personality, aptitude, age, everything, and health Trump's never drunk alcohol. He's very careful, even though he's a big guy and likes his hamburger and his cookie once in a while.
And his ice cream.
And his ice cream. He's actually in excellent shape. He really is. Everybody knows that. So with that in mind, who could have done what Trump has done? Who, people don't like, because he's got this bluster, this edge that comes from kind of that New Yorker businessman attitude, dealing with very tough, hard business people and getting the right deal, and not holding for anything else. Well, who else really has that in their DNA? They talk tough like a politician. They negotiate, but they do it, like a politician or a businessman with the people's situation. Even from the military standpoint, he hasn't even taken guff from his own military. He tells 800 generals, "Get your ass over here to Virginia. I want to brief you on something, and I want to make sure y'all understand. And any of you that don't get it, you can hit the road, and don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out, man. Get out of here." And he's, I don't know, since all the way back to Eisenhower, that any other president has pulled in the generals in large meetings in D.C. like he did Monday, and then said, "Here's, you don't take it secondhand. You don't get it from a memo. You don't get it down through command. You're hearing it right here from me. This is what I want you to do. This is how you're going to do it. Anybody got a problem? Hit the road. Otherwise, straighten up, fly right, and don't let your situation be the one where you're the weak link. If I say go, go."
Yeah.
So it's the way he is, and to imagine someone else being able to step in and fill that role. That's why there's been so many, multiple attempts on his life, etc. Because it isn't the party, it's not a zone, it's him personally. And with that in mind, we haven't seen this run the full gamut yet. The arrests are key, and the attitude of the American people, we're not quite ready for that particular phase yet. We haven't been educated fully on exactly what the threat was and how real it was. Even Todd Blanche over there at Department of Justice, this morning on Maria Bartiromo, her show, which she's doing a fantastic job. If you haven't watched some of her stuff, just go watch a piece of it. She's been fantastic. But she, in interviewing him, he said, that, we have a lot of evidence of things happened at the 2020 election. We just don't know if it was enough to actually overturn the election. Well, I know from people that actually have worked with them that's actually a true statement on his part, at least, over the last, several years, that's exactly how he thinks and operates and believes. But the reality is that just doesn't make sense. We have fantastic stuff. Tulsi, everybody else agrees. Our conference that we're going to be doing here next month, we'll have the experts in there that have briefed all these people, even in the White House in the last couple of weeks. The people who actually briefed the White House on Virginia and Texas are going to be present to brief us during the technical stuff of the election stuff on Wednesday night. And there should be no question on anybody's part as to whether or not, that 2020 was stolen, let alone a bunch of the other elections. So when Blanche says that, the only other thing I will add, he says we have lots of evidence. I know he's been personally briefed on a lot of this stuff and knows the stuff that's there. I think it's a little bit of a staging thing, waiting for the American people to hear the rest of the stuff, and even the stuff that Trump's going to be releasing, supervising, gets released over the next couple of weeks.
Hmm.
That will then be the discussion coming up on 4th of July and immediately after, before we get to the first Justice Department supervised prosecutions and arrests. The main events that most people in this audience are looking for, I don't think happens until we get to mid-fall,
Yeah.
late fall. And so everybody's just take a deep breath. It's not time. We're close, but don't think that anybody's been shortchanged or it's just not ever going to happen or whatever. No, it's an education thing and laying the groundwork. And once we do get there, that is the storm, because you're going to take a bunch of people out of high office and expose a bunch of people in high office for the treasons and frauds which they have been directly involved in, affecting elections, including 2020. So.
Yep. And on that note, everybody in the audience, 2020.
2020, it's not over yet. and there's our laugh. See, you got to have some mass humor in here.
Yeah.
You know, seriously, think about this. How many times we get people around us and then they just want to be so serious. And they're just, how does that sound, by the way, to some of the young people, where that's the future that they have to look forward to, the venom, the hate, everything else. Look, we got some bad people. I was mentioning, somebody asked me about a particular individual. I says, well, he and I are in the room. Only one of us is coming out alive. And because that person is responsible for in the intelligence community. It's just where I'm at.
Yeah.
There's no way. But at some other level, how do kids hear us about a future? It's so dark. It's the end of the world. There's nothing to live for. It's going to be total surveillance all the time. We're laying the groundwork to recapture control of the country. The tariffs are returning industry back to America, which means jobs, which means that, high schoolers, kids in college, they're going to look forward to a future 3, 5, 10 years from now where there's not just jobs, they're really cool quality jobs, and not just, mundane types of things, mining jobs that are really cool and interesting. Mining, yeah. Oh my gosh, the stuff that we're going to be doing, and then beyond the Earth, on the moon, asteroids and things like that. Construction jobs. They're not just going to be on the Earth. We're going to build out these space locations, and you'll go to space locations like we go to island paradises today. And that's within the kids' lifetimes that are here right now, not 50 years from now. Probably, really, we're not talking, even 20 years out, we'll see the first solid movement there. So regenerating hope for the youth, the stuff that was stolen. When I was growing up, 2001: A Space Odyssey. I have a great sci-fi collection, and what we saw coming and things like that, sci-fi books and magazines, things like that, the stories and all that, reigniting, resparking that period of imagination and hope, and that there's something to look forward to, something beautiful, something important, not this dystopian world that Hollywood has been selling us as our future, with the devil Baal, monitoring us every breath, every move, everywhere we go, the Palantir system, stuff like that. We're going to get this under control before it takes us over and recapture control of all of these systems. And have a life, and that's the goal here. And I think we're actually seeing solid moves in that direction. Even, taking China down a few notches, not giving them everything. They're going to have to compete for it, and they're going to have to pay retail for the stuff that they're getting. That's stealing it from us or anybody else anymore. That's this future that we're working towards, and I think there's lots of cause for hope, high expectations, beautiful things, which then lead to young people deciding to marry somebody they love, uh, have their own tribe, enjoy, you know, life, as opposed to you get a puppy and live in your 150 square foot apartment, push around in a baby carriage, into your old age. No, we're actually going to go back to classic American themes and ideals. And on this day, 5/17, where President Trump asked American citizens to come to Washington, D.C. for a day of rededication, prayer, recovenanting in the Pilgrim's Covenant with God for protection, for to build something beautiful out and to have a future and a hope. That's what happened today, and that's where we're going. And this period of time, this Jubilee period between now and the 4th of July, and then July 5th begins really the Jubilee year for America, of things being returned to the American people, the criminals getting chased down, many of them put in jail, the ones that aren't exposed for crap that they've been involved in. They can't walk the streets anymore. This is an amazing moment. And this conference we're going to lay a lot of that out. Watch the movie with, Edward Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro's son will be there at this event.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Yeah, he's committed now. I've got another certain person, everybody here be stunned if they knew it, but we're working through stuff for this person from security standpoint like that to be present also. Right. And so I don't know if we'll get to announce even before the event if that's going to happen, even if it is going to happen, but something pretty amazing. And then just the speakers in general. Oh my gosh. One thing I think, you saw it when we did the event here a couple months back with the bond thing. What was really important was everybody getting to hang together. We had 100 of us there, and the networking at a personal level, just getting to meet people in person you hadn't met before, spend time with them. That networking is so key. You're going to have that here at this because, it's that kind of a location, that kind of a venue. The speakers aren't disconnected from everybody. They're hanging there with the rest of it and answering questions. It's pretty cool. So it's different than most any other kind of event of this type that occurs anywhere.
Yeah, I'm displaying it right now. And 15 through 17 June, the Ahern Hotel in Vegas. And they're sold out, but you can get a ticket or make reservations of the Sahara or Trump International. So the Sahara is like a block away.
Ahern is sold out as far as the hotel rooms. Sahara's Kitty Corner has great rooms, $89 a night. They give us half price and half off on the resort tax. Same thing at Trump $129, half price, and they gave us half off on the resort tax. So you can stay at either one of those. The Sahara's just walk across the street. The Trump, you got to have a ride or whatever to get over there. Uber's 5 minutes away. But the reason that's really important too is, we're doing a full dinner on Monday night, check-ins like afternoon of Monday the 15th, full dinner, and then the movie. all day on the 16th, a full breakfast, not just a croissant and coffee, real breakfast buffet. And then lunch the same, beautiful salads, sandwiches, quality food. The catering at the Ahern is considered in the top 10 in Vegas. They do a fantastic job. And then a nice dinner. Same thing on Wednesday. We were only going to do breakfast and lunch, and I was going to do a breakout session on the mechanics of the vote fraud. And as we got into it further and further, I thought everybody wanted to go home because it's just too boring. It's too detailed. Because I got the guys that briefed the White House, that briefed Tulsi, that briefed all the people over at Homeland Security. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens. I got those guys presenting. And that were there at the White House even just a week ago, again, presenting to the attorneys and others on the Virginia vote and Texas and all that. So those are the quality of people that are going to be there presenting on that Wednesday night. Okay. And Wednesday afternoon too. So we added a full dinner then. Even after, we named it at $350 for the whole thing. You're getting 7 full meals in Vegas included in the price. I don't know if you can go out for 2 or 3 meals in Vegas for that kind of money, let alone,
Probably not.
and then, with great food. And then the other thing is that when we announced this, we didn't have the movie. You're getting to see the premiere of what is going to be one of the breakout movies of the year. If you like Sound of Freedom, you'll like this every bit as much. And we're doing that, and there's no extra anything.
And I think that because we did that Sound of Freedom, all of us influencers, and we went out and pushed it. Sound of Freedom was the highest grossing independent film ever.
Well, and let me just say this. See, that's why I was approached. Could I assist? Would I assist?
Yeah.
And we had already scheduled this event, and I said, well, best place is right here with these folks. These are the people that made that. I don't, my personal opinion, I don't think that Sound of Freedom would have been anywhere near the way that everybody, media and all that, would have treated it. They would have treated it as a B movie, and it had been there for a week or two, feel good on it, and gone. And they'd have pushed it out there as fast as they could. The fact, when I went to a Sound of Freedom screenings, and I talked to people at different times, there was many of the people said, I haven't been to a movie in decades. They just don't go to the theater anymore because it just wasn't, the stuff that was being offered, and they just didn't want to. But it was an important enough a movie, and people talked about it enough that people who hadn't darkened a theater in a long time came and had a tremendous experience and enjoyed it. And I will say this, the cut of the movie that I showed there in Vegas and other cities around the country was the cut that Mel Gibson did. That was the edit that he did. They cut 14 minutes out of the movie before they got it into the theaters in the regular release, for all sorts of reasons. I personally liked the cut that we got to see. I think it was perfect. This is the editor's cut on Dark Horse. And so you're seeing the one not necessarily exactly the same as what it'll be when it finally hits the theaters. But one of the things that's part of the consideration, I've got the producers, directors, the promoter present. As we talk about this out into the public, and I do think I'll be showing it a couple other times over the course of the summer at other locations, that will have an impact on what the final cut looks like. And I want our audience to have a part in that because, again, I don't think people are as short attention span as maybe some of these people might think just pushing it through, get the popcorn sold, get the next group in. I want to see, I want to see the movie, the whole script, the way it was presented, the editor's perfect cut. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, very good. So I got JMac. I was showing out where you were talking about it. I got JMac News here, JMac or JenniferMac.com. And of course, man, you got some nice new coins over there at your site, Gumroad.
Yeah, we've got the JFK to DJT coin, the moon launch. And of course, the reason that's important, that's about industrialization of America, moving back into a stolen history for America, and this beautiful, moving forward for the kids and like that. And I've done all the coins. How are people going to remember this moment in history? When the kids talk about it out in the future, you have trinkets, you got a little cloth here and there, shirt or whatever. The coins, because they have real value, they'll get kept around. They'll get showcased. When the kids ask about them later or receive them as gifts and things like that, there's a story behind each of them. And so with that in mind, we did a pre-sale on Tina Peters coin. She's such an iconic figure in this whole thing. And whether it's remoting in or there in person, which I actually think that we'll probably get that pulled off, we're honoring Tina Peters. We're dedicating this whole conference to her. She's a very close friend of Jen and mine, and so we'll be, I think, pretty intricately involved in what happens to get her back on track and functional again. But down the road, how will people remember this? People have no concept almost right now, because we have so many things pushing on us, just how pivotal her work was in what she did. And then you think of all the counties around the country, 2,500 counties, and only a couple of people. There's some people in other counties, but none of them quite as demonstrative or direct or precise as what Tina did in making a before and after, before Dominion got in there and changed around the guts of the computers, the vote counting machines. Do you know that was Tina's before and after images that were used when Trump had personal emissaries go and talk with the people that stole the elections? And that was the material that they used. Show me how this was done. Where's it at in this data? How did you do this? And show me where the artifacts are that I can, see and prove that what you're telling me is true. And they used the data that Tina pulled out of her Dominion computers as the baseline to show the theft of the 2020 election. That's why she's such a threat. And they use her as a scarecrow. If you go after trying to get election integrity or prove anything or grab data, you'll end up just like Tina. So they've used her as a scarecrow. It's like a Mad Max movie, and she's been strapped to the grill of somebody's truck. Okay. And so to get her free, she's really been a political prisoner, if you get right down to it, to both sides. Trump did not believe on the timing. And I'm not throwing any stones at President Trump. He knows stuff we don't know. But as much as he said what he said on Truth Social concerning Tita's situation and talked to Governor Polis numerous times, he did not want to go to the extreme measures because it would set a tone within what's going on in the rest of the country. It might be premature for other stuff that's going on. So, and the hard part was Tina's health. And then who could have known you're going to have a Tina in there when you were gaming this out years ago? So with that in mind, she was a political prisoner both of the Colorado legal system as well as where President Trump was at and the things he wanted to do in the next moves. And by the way, anybody that doubts, let me just remind everybody, Colorado and their courts are as screwed up as any courts in the country. They're so out of their minds there. Remember, Colorado is where they wanted to take President Trump off the ballot for 2024. And then there was a dozen other states lined up that if it withstood the legal process, they were going to take Trump off the ballot in a dozen other states. We wouldn't have Trump in office. All of the courts that heard the case concerning Trump being taken off the ballot agreed across Colorado in order to take him off the ballot up through the Colorado Supreme Court. When it got to the U.S. Supreme Court on a was raced there because of the fact you had an election coming, expedited basis. When it got to the U.S. Supreme Court, not even one liberal justice could agree with the Colorado courts. Think of how liberal, we got three that are just, they might as well be, Stalin, Fidel, whatever. They're just out of their minds, Mao. But not even one of the most liberal justices on the Supreme Court could agree with any of the courts in Colorado. It was a unanimous 9-0 decision to strike what Colorado was trying to do and force Colorado to put Trump on the ballot in Colorado, and the other states had to back down. Now look at Tina's case. Should they let rapists, drug dealers, murderers out with an ankle monitor while they're appealing their sentencing on convictions? They wouldn't let Tina out. She's never had a driving infraction, never had a ticket, never gotten pulled over, never nothing. Okay. Clean as the wind-driven snow. And yet she's such a threat that they can't even let her out pending appeal like you would normally, because all of the conviction is going to get overturned. Everybody in Colorado knows that. All the judges, the governor, everybody, it's all going to get overturned eventually, as though it never happened. But she'll have spent time that she can never redeem, days of her life that she can never redeem. And, the physical threat, the physical health thing from being in prison, the stress, 6 years in this legal quagmire, let alone the time actually in prison. And then they want her to have 3 more years on parole, having to go report to a parole counselor and things like that. Come on, man, give me a break. That will get overturned. The worst of the work, the hardest of the work is still ahead in overturning these things. They will get overturned. At least now Tina will be able to begin trying to pull herself together and doll herself back up and hopefully be out there to help in the fight moving forward on this election frauds.
Yeah. It'd be lovely if she shows up. We'll give her a nice standing applause and then, maybe get some pictures, and who knows, maybe she can talk a little bit, but if not, then, that's fine too. Everybody's going to love to
if the parole board, the parole board will set conditions of her release in the next 2 weeks. If they try to restrict her from being able to have her free speech, well, that's what the appeals court found had been violated in the way the judge sentenced her. He sentenced her more harshly for talking about what was going on in her case. The governor, in his clemency action, which doesn't remove the conviction, it just reduces the time to time served plus 3 years of parole. The governor, in his finding for clemency, noted that her civil rights, her free speech, had been violated. So the question is the parole board, which has, they're like God, will they try to exercise some type of control over her free speech after her case was even stop because of that, by the way that the court was operating? No, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. So we're hoping we won't ask Tina to fall on her sword or do
No.
anything wild like that to contest that. We'll let those things go through the court system. But in the meantime, if she is just able to show up, smile, thank everybody for the support,
Yeah.
and be present, we're going to throw a lot of love her direction.
Absolutely.
I will say this too, just, if anybody out there is in the right position, she has had a lot of personal expenses. She hasn't been able to work for 6 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, and all the people that have done the legal stuff, none of the attorneys have gotten any money. They've all done it on a volunteer basis thus far. So somewhere in here, they'll get paid due to stuff that happens in lawsuits, but that could be, years from now. And the clemency doesn't block her from any legal action against Colorado for what's occurred here or other individuals. She'll win, massively. I don't, these things take long enough. You wonder if she'll be around to enjoy that part of it, but we won't stop for anything. But the other side of the coin is, in the meantime, um, we may try to do something to. There's been help sent her way, but there's probably more needed, and we'll kind of look at that and join hands and try to, remember, it could have been any one of us. So, you, I, a lot of the other people within the broader patriot movement have, pushed pretty hard at times. All you had to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time, like the J6ers. And these guys were right there ready to clip you and stuff you away for a long time. So, we closed ranks because it could have been any one of us.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'd love to have her on the show. She's got a former SEAL mom. Her son unfortunately passed away in a parachuting accident. So if we can get her on and get people to support her in different ways, we'd love to do that. So,
well, let me just say this, and I'll mention that to her. She's very aware. I think she's been a guest on your show before, but she'll be making somewhere here.
I wish, but she's definitely got the open.
Michael, I'll get this done. Gosh, I
know you would, of all people.
I will get this done, man. If she's able to talk, I will ask her personally
that'd be fantastic.
Because especially because of your connection in the history, there's a different type of understanding, and I'm sorry that this hasn't happened before. I would have jumped in and tried to make it happen sooner. So let's make that happen, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love it. All right. Thanks, brother. It's been great talking with you again. You are an amazing man. You got such great information. We love hearing from you. Thanks so much for sharing.
Yeah, I really, you have great listeners.
Yep.
We see it. I'll just say this, we see it in the response, say over at Gen Store or over at Gum Road on some of the stuff, but that just tells us that we have a more proactive audience in a way.
Great audience.
And it is a great audience, and it means that you're reaching them on lots of different levels. And when we've asked for assistance on stuff, rarely, but there's been projects, even the Tina stuff and like that, your audience has been amongst the most responsive. So, and the reason that I just want to say that, so many of your audience are people who have served, both military, intelligence agencies, and I'm sure other roles. So they have a different makeup. They're more vested somehow in seeing the country get back on track, I guess is the way I would look at it, as a cross section of an audience. when we close ranks, they're the kind of people, that you want in the fight with you. Closing ranks in earlier times, you'd go out with a wall of soldiers, and if somebody got, you closed the gap between you and continued on. And think of how mentally you would have to receive that, to see somebody fall right next to you, and then stay in the fight, move forward, not stop everything because you couldn't, and go on to the enemy. We're not doing it dumb like they did in these lines back in the uh, Revolutionary War and stuff like that. We'll do it from safe positions like they did at Concord and Lexington.
Right.
But that's the routine. So we have one of your listeners that's actually outside of my vehicle waving at us right now, seeing us live. So it's very cool to
that's awesome.
see that. So, but very, very fun. So anyway, well, I appreciate it, Michael. We will talk again soon, and
Thanks.
we'll try to, make something happen here.
That's
Get
great.
you on with Tina and like that. So
Love it.
there
Love
you
it.
go, bro.
All right. Well, lots of love to you and Jen. Thanks a lot, and see you next time.
All right. Beautiful. We'll talk again soon, bro.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Joined once again by Juan O'Savin. We're going to have Josh Reed come in here and join us in a little bit. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. But as you see, Juan's got an unusual view. Usually he has like spectacular views, but this time we thought we'd mix it up a little bit and get the dumpster dive view.
Yeah, just checking to see what's going on here. We're doing some little dumpster diving here. I heard, look, a lot of these Democrats are trying to hide out right now. Did you see what they're doing to Polis in Colorado? Because he let Tina out. Let's see if he's in here. No, they've already escaped. Nothing in there. Okay. Because he commuted Tina's sentence to time served plus 3 years on parole. Oh my gosh. The Democrats have decided that he can no longer be given any awards. He cannot appear at any Democrat function.
Wow.
He is persona non grata, anything to do with the Democrat Party. So, as the Democrat governor of Colorado, he's completely ostracized from anything to do with the party. They can't have an event, a convention. They can't award him for, doing something nice in the world. Nothing. He is out. And but that'll go for so long, and you have to understand the context of that. So he actually talked with Trump numerous times while they were trying to work through this. Trump was saying, release her. And he's saying, look, if I do, it's problematic this way, and I can't do that. So this agreement to get Tina free by commuting the sentence, he knew that Trump was coming. He had kind of gotten, if it's not done by the end of the month of May, then we're coming in a different way. And I was aware of what was potentially going to happen there. We were saying take extreme measures. You said you would. It's too long. It's too much. And so he responded to that. And still, they said by the end of the month, he still waits till the end of the month before she gets to get out. So she's got to do this extra 2 more weeks in prison while they're, working the problem to get her free. So anyway, that's kind of the routine. And by the way, we'll be honoring Tina in some unique, interesting ways at the event there in mid-June.
Oh, good.
That is shaping up to be something stunning. And anybody in the audience that's thinking about it, you better think fast. Showing the movie Dark Horse, world premiere of the movie. Normally, they don't like to do it anywhere except a theater where it can be the best. So I actually had to go secure a proper LED screen, high resolution screen.
Wow.
24 foot by 12 something high, and for the Ahern, and so it'll show the movie properly. It'll actually do what needs to be done for this movie to make it present the way it needs to be presented. Awesome sound. I mean, we got Edward Bolsonaro's committed, the son of the president of Brazil. It's the movie's about. He is going to be at our event speaking. The producers, all the key people that are involved in this, getting this out to the world. Hollywood doesn't want a movie like this to be presented. They don't like it. But so one of the big, monster groups that put out the media that we see, movies, television, things like that, approached the person that's running the marketing thing. And by the way, this is the person that Mel Gibson says is the best in the business. Probably 30 billion in sales, of movies and television like that he's personally promoted. Nobody else is even in the same category. Jim Caviezel says this is his best acting role that he's, performance that he's been able to do so far from his skill set. So this is a big deal on this movie. If you like Sound of Freedom, you're going to like this movie. But the interesting thing about it is that I'll make sure this goes away. My chief of staff trying to reach me. Within what this movie is the whole theme, though, about election fraud and elections. At the conference, we're going to have the people that actually briefed Tulsi, briefed Homeland Security, briefed the president's people around the president, all the way back, even in 2024, coming up in the election, exactly how this is being done. And so they'll be presenting at the conference. That's on day 3. It's going to be epic. I mean, it's going to be fantastic. So, you'll get a hell of a treat if you get to be there. So anyway,
that's great because when Bolsonaro was running, I was covering his election. I covered his his presidency and so forth, and a lot of the Brazilians came into my show and so forth, and were very they loved it. They were like so glad that I was informing the American public, and then when he had those problems, they were even more generous and very thankful for just telling everybody what was going on, because like you said, the press, it just destroys this. They don't cover it at all. So this movie, I think, has incredible potential to inform a lot of people. It's going to be great.
Well, I've got several people coming up from Brazil that will be there for the premiere. What happened was the trailer that was just a rough cut version of what they wanted to do for a trailer got leaked in Brazil from somebody. And then other people took it and added music that they liked and pumped it out. So it got loose here in the U.S. This non-authorized, not the real movie trailer. It got 3 million views in one day.
Wow.
In Brazil, it's had 30 million views in like a week. And so it's like, oh my God. And it's not even the official one. So that kind of gives you a zone of how much people are anticipating this. And by the way, we tried to pull that trailer that's not the real trailer down. I asked people that had put it out if you just pull back. We'll have probably the official trailer within the next couple of days, and part of the reason that's actually important, there's music that was scored for this movie that's beautiful. The music that these people put out on the non-official version is beautiful. There's no, it was a very good choice. So the people that did it had their heart in the right place. So I'm not throwing any stones at them. They didn't really know what was going on, that this was just a leaked version or whatever. But the people that did the music side, they want to promote. They don't want people thinking that that's the correct music that goes with the real movie. And then the other thing is, if you remember back to Sound of Freedom, the version that I showed in Vegas and then other places around the country with Jim and like that, that was the director's cut. Mel Gibson took what they had and then did the cut that he believed was correct for the movie. That's what people saw in Vegas. It was amazing. When they did the one that was released out to the public, it was 14 minutes shorter. And yes, I get it. They tighten things up here and there and stuff like that. I personally preferred the director's cut. It was just that I didn't mind the extra length. They wanted to make it work for theater owners and timing, and it's very regimented like that. And so they did that from an industry standpoint. It wasn't my favorite version. That extra 14 minutes gives you all sorts of little details that you actually need, as far as I'm concerned. So then you have to view what we're going to see with Dark Horse is the editor's cut, the director's cut, I should say. We'll have the directors there. There's directors of different parts of what goes together in a movie and producers. And so they're going to be there and they'll explain some of their thoughts before and after Edward Bolsonaro, all these other things. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And look, I found one of the Democrats. Hiding behind the dumpster. Oh my gosh, he thought he could get away with it. Yeah, right. Hide in a snowsuit in the middle of summer. Hello. Sheesh. These guys, sneaky, man. I'm talking sneaky.
Joe Biden would be proud.
Yeah. Instead of Dark Horse, he has I love dark beer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's funny. Democrats hiding in plain sight. Anyway, and it's a clown. Yeah, it says it's a snow clown. Not just any clown, it's a snow clown, man.
Perfect.
Anyway, just by the way, we have the coin, the Tina Peters coin, the classic. And when she's released, we're switching into the colorized version. So that's a limited run. When we get to the end of that, that's done. So that's only a few days away. If anybody's interested, that's going to be a lot of fun.
And those are very reasonably priced. When silver really takes off, you're going to look back and go, like, I have the coins that you initially came out with. I'm like, wow, those are way more.
Well, remember, they're not, you look at the silver spot price, you can get junk silver, which is like only 75 or 80% silver, even the stuff pre-64.
Yeah.
But these are, a particular grade that's the next higher grade, I forget what they call it, and not just the circulated silver. So they're prepared differently, and like that, the ones, the double eagles of the treasury ones are priced at like 180 or 185 right now. Then you still have to pay shipping, and that is the same type of grade, the polish and all that, is what we have. We're $40 under that. So, it's actually a great deal. And then the Treasury doesn't have them available. They say out of stock.
They're available. I just looked. I just did a show with my silver and gold guy, and I brought that up.
Oh, they're proof quality. Proof quality is what it's called. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, your coins are like phenomenal. They're proof quality. They're beautiful coins.
Well, the other thing
They're
that's fun
packaged
about,
really well, nice, really nice.
the other thing that's really fun about them is that all of the coins are part of kind of a story about this era in time. People get trinkets, they get hats and shirts and all sorts of things. But 10, 20, 30 years from now, when the kids are around and they're asking, what was it like? What was it all about? What were the key things? Having some of these as kind of touchstones to tell the story. And then because they have real value and it'll be going up, they're not going anywhere. People keep them as keepsakes like that. I think it has more effect out in the future. I'm really not doing them precisely for exactly this moment in time. I'm doing it for the kids and grandkids that will look at this later and want to understand what this moment was about. Because we're living through a hinge point in history that is so amazing, so unique. And we get to be here, seriously. I mean, and even down the road, this conference we're doing, you're going to get to rub shoulders. They don't go sit in the great room. You don't see them. All the speakers like that, they want to hear everybody else also. They'll be right there in the crowd. You saw what happens in the conference, like what we did with the bond conference, and they'll be very much like that. You'll be able to rub shoulders with very like-minded people. Most of the people going there have something going that they're intricately involved in somehow. Yeah. In this moment in history. So I have it's going to be well worth it for the folks that can make it. And then, by the way, I do understand there's a lot of people that can't go logistically. They got family, kids, job, etc., and they can't make it. The movie is, obviously we can't put that out to the world. That is totally private. But the next 2 days, the stuff on the financial frauds and then stuff on the election frauds, which is Tuesday and Wednesday, all of that's going to be out there live streamed and out there for free. So if you can't make it, you can still see everything that's there. So no charge or no ticket, nothing like that. And even on the expense for coming, I cut a super sharp pencil on this when we priced it at $350. That was before we had the movie coming. That was before we decided to do expand to the larger thing on Wednesday night when I was going into the mechanics of the fraud, the math and everything else. Well, at the end of the day, we hadn't planned on doing that. And what happened was it just kind of grew a couple extra heads. Everybody was coming, wanted to hear all the details of what the White House was briefed and the attorneys and like that, the intricacies, because this is a different crowd. They're not really observers. A lot of these people need to go back and themselves present within the political community or things like that. So,
and you're going to have Nino MC, and you're going to have the three amigos there for the first time together. Well, not the first time we were together with the last movie, actually.
Sound Afraid of Bad.
Right there next to the stage, pictures. That's going to be another, value added. You're going to be.
Oh my God!
And there's a good chance I might be there.
Well, you know what?
You're going to be there. Oh, we're hoping.
Josh. Oh yeah. You know what we got to do? Nino doesn't know this. Somewhere in there, when we first get Nino out there, we ought to have the whole crowd. Nino. And do hand wringing at the same time. Oh my gosh, we could have so much fun with Nino on that one.
Poor Nino.
And we got to get Tina to join in on it. That'll be good.
Yeah. So, and by the way, the reason that Nino is emceeing, originally Joe Hoff was going to MC. He had a stroke a couple weeks ago. He and I had dinner a few days earlier there in Florida where he lives. And then I was shocked. But he had his wherewithal enough. He realized he's getting dressed in the morning. He was having a stroke. His son helps him finish getting dressed. He has a preteen son. He goes to his car, gets in his car. His right side, right arm, right leg don't work. So he drives himself left hand, left leg for foot for gas pedal and brake. But I guess emergency services found him and they took him the rest of the way. But they were able to bring him back enough. He got released from the hospital on Saturday. They were initially planning on doing it, at the end of the month, but he was doing so well. And he's still got recovery to do with hand use for like typing or writing on his right hand, but his legs back all the way. He has no cognitive issues and all that. But having him come all the way out to Vegas to MC and like that wasn't happening. So we had a couple other people, but it was late notice. Laura Logan, she had a commitment in Europe. We had a couple other fantastic people. So Nino was like choice 4, but I got to tell you though, things have a way of happening for a reason. Huh? I actually think, Nino, the boxer, his history, he emceed fights.
That's right.
I mean, we're in a hell of a fight. It's the Fraud Fighters Conference. Yeah. Things happen for reasons, but I actually think it's exactly what it was supposed to be.
He'll be very. He's an opposing presence. He's a heavyweight champion, and now a man. He's going to be, and he's got a great voice. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun.
Well, I just think things have a way of coming together. I'm doing all the meals. So Monday night there's a full meal dinner. The Ahern gets awards for its catering. It's one of the top catering systems in the Vegas area. And then breakfast, lunch, dinner, full breakfast, not just a continental with a biscuit or something, a real breakfast, lunch, dinner, top drawer, both Tuesday and Wednesday. And my logic is this, people leave, they go get lunch, they go get dinner, whatever, they go get coffee, etc. Everything is right there in the Ahern, and we're providing the meal for $350. We're going to get 2 meals for $350, let alone 7.
Oh, yeah.
And top drawer. And then you don't have to go anywhere. And then people tend to sit together, talk, enjoy themselves. And the other thing is I could pack this thing out with theater seating. I didn't do that. Where it's all with the tables, what they call classroom seating. So you got a place to put your notebook, you can eat it, at the thing and actually eat like a human instead of having put it on your lap or something. It's the kind of seating that is just allows people to interact more and enjoy each other and like that, as opposed to just be jammed together. I could get way more people, and that's why we have a cutoff on the number. And we're pretty close. We're within about 75 of that cutoff right now. So it's closing real tight. And then there's just no extra room. We tried to have them take, and they agreed to take out that bar in the middle of the floor. And then at the last minute, it didn't happen. I was just there yesterday and we were working through it. So we came up with what we feel is still going to be proper for the movie and like that. And we took about 3 hours laying out the whole thing. So speakers and all that, because there's so much logistics, power, speakers, cameras, the whole schmear that, is unique to our situation. So anyway, it's going to be great. But Josh is one of my favorite people. Let me just say this, and I mentioned to your audience the other day, Michael, that there's very few people within, let's say, the Q drops, as well as the subtle messaging that this president is using to communicate with the public. They put subtle messaging in to brand certain things. If you're paying attention, it's like what happens in the intelligence services. Most things just go right by everybody, but you may have a subtle hand signal, flash of something, put the tape on the telephone pole sideways if you want one response, and upside down, reversed, whatever, if you want a different response. That's what this administration is doing. As far as being able to those things out of the static, out of the clutter, and then make them make sense. I don't really think there's anybody that is any better, let alone even holds a candle to the stuff that Josh has consistently seen, explained, brought out to the public. And so, I enjoy that I can say, this is somebody that, he warrants listening to. If he's got something to say, I listen, because he has that level of perception. And a lot of times, some of these things, not everybody gets read in up front. So you kind of got to be able to pick these things out as you go. I'm pretty good, but Josh, I have to tighten up my shoelaces. I got to, make sure I got the right socks on and all that just to keep up with them. So, and I'm not just saying that for fun. I fluff. I really do believe that, Josh. It's fun to get to share the podium with you.
Yeah.
Oh, Juan, you're awesome.
That's one of the things that I noticed as well. I did a show with them, just a few days ago, really. And I was like, Josh, how do you get your background? And he's telling me, I was like, dang, you are natural. You're
Well,
like,